The people waiting in line behind them anxiously craned their necks, afraid the food would run out by the time it was their turn. When they finally reached the front, they saw that there wasn't much left in the pot and couldn't help but feel lucky. But just as the server finished dishing out a portion, someone else wheeled over 2 more pots of food. The crowd saw this and finally relaxed, relieved that they wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. There was still plenty to go around. Besides, Xiaohe Base was truly generous. The dough drop soup wasn't watery at all. It was thick and hearty. One sip warmed their stomachs, and a sense of ease washed over them. Everyone held their bowls, slurping their food with happy smiles. After finishing, they went back for a second helping. Some had initially worried they wouldn't be allowed seconds and had rushed through their first bowl, only to realize they'd thought wrong. When they went back, they were served without any issue. As they ate their second bowls, they slowed down. In the distance, the uncle and auntie serving the food shouted, "There's still more." "Who wants some?" Someone called out, "I do, I do." The uncle walked over with the nearly empty pot and poured all the remaining soup into the man's bowl. "Make sure you finish it all," he said. The man's face fell when he saw how much there was. He was actually already full, but had wanted more simply because it was available. Since wasting food was forbidden, he had no choice but to eat it all. Of course, after starving for so long, he couldn't bear to waste it anyway. He ended up sharing it with a few others to finish the bowl. Rubbing his stuffed belly, he still felt like he was in a daze. Just yesterday, he had been starving, worried sick about the future. Today, he was eating a hot, delicious dough drop soup. It truly felt like a dream. "We have to work hard tomorrow. They're giving us food, so we have to do our part." "Right, I didn't quite catch it." "What are we doing tomorrow?" "Building a perimeter wall. Come to think of it, we're building it for ourselves. If we enclose this area, we'll be safer living here." "Oh, and I heard the ability users aren't building the wall. They're going to be training." "Training?" "Yeah. Who cares? As long as they feed us, that's all that matters." Cheng Zhiyu's plan was to develop the ability users no matter what. Precisely because there were so few of them, each person's skills had to be honed. Moreover, while the ability users in this new group weren't particularly strong, their character was impeccable. They had never abandoned the ordinary people, protecting them in that ravine. That alone spoke volumes about their integrity. Abilities could be improved through training. It was just that most ability users in these times had developed without any guidance. Very few were formally trained. Cheng Zhiyu was determined to cultivate them properly. He assigned this task to Tian Kaio and Tian Manman. Cheng Mo would also help teach occasionally, but his training regimen was a bit too intense. To prevent everyone from collapsing, his sessions couldn't be too frequent. Not only the newcomers, but Xiaohe Base's original ability users would also have to participate in the training. Meanwhile, Liu Pinggan and his family arrived at Cheng Zhiyu's house. As soon as Mother and Father Cheng heard the news, they dropped what they were doing and rushed back. When Mother Cheng saw her younger brother and his family, tears streamed down her face. "Pinggan, you've all suffered so much." How did you get so thin?" Liu Pinggan and his wife were also crying, calling out sister between sobs. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters," Mother Cheng said, wiping her tears. She told Father Cheng to open the door. "You take Pinggan and his family to wash up properly. I'll go cook. I'll make you all something delicious." Father Cheng gently reminded her, it's not good for them to eat anything too greasy right away. Make something light and easy to digest. Only then did Mother Cheng remember, and she nodded quickly. Liu Pinggan's family was filthy and desperately needed to bathe. They washed up, changing the bathwater several times. The first tub of water turned completely black. It took several washes before they were finally clean. As they finished, a wonderful aroma wafted through the air. Cheng Zhiyu and the others had returned and were calling everyone to eat. Taking a sip of the hot soup, Liu Pinggan and his family felt their bodies finally relax. Elsewhere, the Han siblings were discussing what they should do. You just arrived, Cheng Zhiyu said. There's no rush. But we can't just do nothing, Han Tingting replied. We rested enough on the way here. I'll feel more at ease if I have something to do. Han Ping nodded in agreement. Cheng Zhiyu thought about it and conceded. All right then. Tingting, you can go to the livestock farm. As for Han Ping, Ya'll join the training. If a mission comes up, Ya'll go out with the team. He added, we have spare rooms in our house. You can stay here for now. We'll figure things out once you're more settled. Han Tingting didn't refuse this time. They had just arrived and had nothing, certainly no place to live. After dinner, Cheng Zhiyu went to the base's warehouse to store the solar panels and power generation equipment he had collected. He would arrange for people to start installing them tomorrow. Then, he went to Kai Hongyi's research institute to give them the lab equipment he'd found. Cheng Zhiyu brought everything out in one go. See if any of this is useful. Kai Hongyi's eyes widened at the sight. She laughed and joked, looks like you cleared out an entire research institute. Oh, this is great. We were just needing one of these. And this one. I remember a single set of this equipment costs tens of millions. Chu Mingda and Feng Wentao also looked around excitedly. They had been thinking that Xiaohe Base was perfect in every way except for its lack of experimental equipment. Now they had it all. Like mice that had fallen into a rice granary, they were ecstatic. This is fantastic. We can push our research progress forward by a huge margin now. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's try this one out right away. True to their nature as research fanatics, they soon became so engrossed in their discussion that they forgot all about Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo, turning back to their experiments and likely pushing the two of them completely out of their minds. Cheng Zhiyu didn't mind at all. This was exactly the kind of dedicated researcher they needed. The future of humanity rested on their shoulders. Once a vaccine was developed, he believed the zombie situation could quickly be brought under control. He just hoped this disaster would end soon. Let's go, Cheng Zhiyu said to Cheng Mo. We shouldn't disturb them. Cheng Mo cleared his throat. Are you going to have a late-night snack? Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Why the sudden question? They had just eaten dinner. He had no idea that Cheng Mo was still stewing over his praise for Han Ping's cooking. Let's have a late-night snack, Cheng Mo insisted. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I can make it for you. He assumed Cheng Mo was the one who was hungry. But Cheng Mo shook his head. I am not hungry. If you're not having a snack, then let's just have breakfast tomorrow. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't understand what he was getting at. Why was he so fixated on whether he was hungry or not? But when he asked, Cheng Mo refused to say more. Fine, Cheng Zhiyu thought. That night, Cheng Zhiyu went to bed early. The long journey had been tiring. He figured that once he gradually took over managing the base, he probably wouldn't be going out on missions anymore. Well, even if I do go out, I'll need someone capable of managing the base in my absence. As he drifted off, Cheng Zhiyu felt like he was hallucinating. He could have sworn he heard the sound of a book's pages turning nearby. I must have misheard. Why would Cheng Mo be flipping through a book in the middle of the night? Yeah, I definitely misheard. And with that, he fell asleep. He was completely unaware that beside him, Cheng Mo had taken out the manga he had been hiding. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly began to flip through it. He hadn't had a proper chance to look at it while they were on the road, only glancing at it briefly. But even that quick peek had felt like discovering a whole new world. During the journey, Zhou Min had even snuck over to ask for the manga back. I haven't read it yet, Cheng Mo had said. Zhou Min had grumbled, why are you reading so slowly? It's the only one I brought to pass the time. Oh well, I'm sharing a room with Han Ping these days, so it's not convenient anyway. Brother Hai, you have to give it back to me as soon as we get back. For the sake of the manga, Cheng Mo's attitude was uncharacteristically decent. He didn't even get annoyed. I know. Now, Cheng Mo was secretly reading the manga. Since Cheng Zhiyu was asleep, he didn't dare turn on the light for fear of waking him. Only a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, leaving the room very dark. Fortunately, as a member of the winged clan, Cheng Mo had excellent night vision, so it didn't affect him. The two main characters in this manga were truly shameless. They were already embracing on their second meeting, Cheng Mo noted with a cold expression. Tusk and now they're kissing. He already knew how to do that. Cheng Mo was approaching this purely from an academic standpoint. Anything he already knew, he skipped past. They were taking off their clothes. It hurts my eyes. Cheng Mo frowned. He pictured Cheng Zhiyu instead and instantly felt a bit better, so he continued reading. And then, he saw the scene that opened up a whole new world for him. In his mind, the two figures in the manga were automatically replaced by Cheng Zhiyu and himself. Cheng Mo's face turned beet red. So that's how it works. He felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. To ensure he didn't miss any crucial details, he kept flipping through the pages. His face grew redder and redder until the two characters in the manga finished their entanglement. With a final snap, Cheng Mo closed the book. He pressed his lips together, tossing and turning in bed. Cheng Zhiyu, deep in sleep, felt like the person next to him was flipping pancakes. He mumbled, "What's wrong?" "Can't sleep." Cheng Mo silently scooted closer to him. "Yeah." Cheng Zhiyu didn't reply for a long time, seemingly having fallen back asleep. Cheng Mo glanced at him, then, unable to resist, reached out to take his hand. Cheng Zhiyu thought, "What is he doing?" He could feel Cheng Mo holding his hand, but he was so sleepy he didn't even have the strength to speak. Then he felt something else. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Cheng Mo. "You." He couldn't get another word out. The other man's tan skin was flushed, and when he saw Cheng Zhiyu looking, a pair of black ears popped out pitifully. His tail coiled around him from behind. Heaven knows how a canine's tail can be so flexible. In short, Cheng Zhiyu was already drowsy, and now he was completely captivated. Before he knew it, they were kissing. His hands roamed freely over firm pectoral and abdominal muscles. Bliss, Cheng Zhiyu thought. When they finished, Cheng Mo thoughtfully wiped his hands clean and even helped him out as well. Cheng Zhiyu yawned. "Let's get some sleep." Cheng Mo glanced at him and decided to let it go for the day. Another time. Zhiyu was too tired. The next day, Cheng Mo was up before dawn. Usually, he would only get up after Cheng Zhiyu did, but today he rose stealthily, carefully washing up before heading out the door. He went downstairs and made a beeline for the kitchen. It was probably only a little after 4 in the morning, so even Father and Mother Cheng, who were always early risers, hadn't woken up yet. The solar panels had only been brought back the day before and weren't supplying power so quickly. The kitchen was pitch black, but that didn't bother Cheng Mo much. He recalled the steps Cheng Zhiyu usually took when cooking, determined to replicate them perfectly. Zhiyu had praised Han Ping's cooking. He had to make delicious food too, so Zhiyu would praise him. Cheng Mo was full of confidence. However, why was the dough turning into a pasty mess? Why did everything come out so sloppy? His brow furrowed tightly. He would try again. It was his first time cooking. He couldn't possibly succeed so quickly. When Mother Cheng woke up with a yawn, ready to go make breakfast with Mother Tian, she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. The two mothers immediately grew vigilant. Could something have gotten into the kitchen? The sounds were quite loud. Not daring to rush in blindly, Mother Tian said, "I'll go wake up my son." Mother Cheng nodded. "I'll keep watch here." If it was a zombie, they had to have the base increase its defenses. A short while later, Mother Tian returned with a groggy Tian Kaio, patting her son. "Wake up, hurry. I think there's something in the kitchen. I suspect it's a zombie." Tian Kaio was instantly awake. How is that possible? A zombie sneaked in, not to bite people, but to slip into the kitchen. Tian Kaio figured it probably wasn't a zombie. Maybe it was some small animal. He told the two mothers to wait outside while he went in to check. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Cheng Mo standing by the stove, his expression grave, as if he had encountered a problem of the century. Tian Kaio breathed a sigh of relief, but then found it odd. "Brother Hai, how come it's you? Why can't it be me?" Cheng Mo frowned. "Do you know how to cook?" Tian Kaio was bewildered. He pointed to himself, making sure he hadn't misheard. "How would I know how to cook? I usually just help out." "Oh," Cheng Mo said heartlessly. "Then you can go." He was no help. Tian Kaio was speechless. He sighed and left the kitchen, deciding to go back for a bit more sleep. What was going on? What was he doing in the kitchen so early in the morning? Seeing Tian Kaio emerge, Mother Tian let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "How was it?" "What's inside?" Tian Kaio yawned. "Brother Hai is in there fiddling with something." "Mom, don't be so jumpy next time." How could there be a zombie in the base? A smack landed on the back of his head. "I heard a noise and got a scare." Mother Tian retorted. "Otherwise, why would I have needed to wake you?" Tian Kaio was at a loss. Had he said something wrong? He sulkily rubbed his head and went back to sleep. The two mothers entered the kitchen and, sure enough, saw Cheng Mo standing by the stove, a thoughtful expression on his face. When he saw them, he greeted them Auntie. Mother Cheng walked over. "You child, what are you doing in the kitchen so early? Are you hungry?" Cheng Mo said he wasn't hungry. "If you're not hungry, why are you in the kitchen?" Mother Cheng was puzzled, and then she spotted Cheng Mo's failed creations. "You're cooking?" she asked, surprised. Cheng Mo nodded. Having watched her fair share of idle dramas, Mother Cheng hazarded a guess. "Are you making this for Zhiyu?" Cheng Mo seemed a little embarrassed, pressing his lips together. "I don't know why, but I keep failing." "Have you never cooked before?" Mother Cheng asked with a warm smile. Cheng Mo nodded. "I've watched Zhiyu do it." It hadn't seemed difficult when he was watching, but once he tried it himself, he realized it was very hard. The heat was difficult to control, and so were the measurements. "It's normal to fail the first time," Mother Cheng said, pulling Mother Tian over. The two of them offered to teach him. Cheng Mo wasn't just messing around. He genuinely wanted to learn and was a very serious student. But since he'd never cooked before, Mother Cheng suggested teaching him something simple. The kitchen bustled with activity. Upstairs, Cheng Zhiyu stretched lazily and instinctively rolled over, only to find the space beside him empty. He opened his eyes and saw that the other side of the bed was already vacant. He reached out a hand to touch it. It was cold. Cheng Mo must have been up for a while. Cheng Zhiyu got up and checked the bathroom, but no one was there. He mumbled, "Strange, where did he run off to?" He quickly washed up and went downstairs, where he found Cheng Mo coming out of the kitchen, wearing a pink floral apron. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but laugh. Who could possibly understand a guy as tall and well-built as Cheng Mo wearing an apron like that? Haha, it was a little funny. Cheng Mo walked over and pinched his cheek, displeased. "What are you laughing at?" Cheng Zhiyu swatted his hand away. "I am not laughing at you. If you're not laughing at me, who else could it be?" Cheng Mo didn't believe him. "Then who are you laughing at?" Cheng Zhiyu changed the subject. "What are you doing in the kitchen? And wearing an apron?" Cheng Mo cleared his throat. "It's time to eat. Come to the kitchen and help carry the food." Everyone else was awake by now. With so many people in the house today, they ate at two separate tables. Liu Pinggan's family sat with the four elders at one table, while the younger people sat at the other. Cheng Mo filled a bowl and placed it in front of Cheng Zhiyu, staring at him. "Hurry, try it." Cheng Zhiyu was confused. He took a sip. "How is it? Is it good?" Cheng Mo asked. It was just the taste of ordinary congee. Cheng Zhiyu drank it every day and didn't find it particularly good or bad, but he still said it's good. The corners of Cheng Mo's mouth curled up. He then picked up a steamed bun and gave it to Cheng Zhiyu. "Try this." Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. There were so many buns in the basket with thin skins and generous fillings, yet he was given this ugly one that looked like it had a very thick skin. He took a bite. Great, he hadn't even gotten to the filling. It was just like a plain steamed bun. Cheng Zhiyu quickly took a bite of a side dish to go with it. "Is it delicious?" Cheng Mo asked, his eyes sparkling. "Delicious," Cheng Zhiyu lied through his teeth. Cheng Mo's mood brightened considerably. Only then did he tell Cheng Zhiyu, "I made the congee, and I made this bun." As expected, Cheng Zhiyu had already suspected it. He had a feeling when he was drinking the congee, and that feeling grew tenfold when he ate the bun. Mainly, no matter how off their game his mom and Mother Tian were, they would never make a bun like this. That, combined with seeing Cheng Mo in an apron when he came downstairs, had led him to his conclusion. Cheng Zhiyu was both touched and amused, but he still had to feign complete surprise. "You made this?" Cheng Mo was over the moon. "I don't think cooking is that hard." It was as if he wasn't the one who had been standing in the kitchen deep in thought after failing. Cheng Zhiyu gave him a thumbs up. "That's amazing. To do so well on your first try, you're really talented." Cheng Mo's grin stretched from ear to ear, though he said nonchalantly, "It's all right. I just threw it together." In reality, Mother Cheng had guided him through the entire process of making the congee, and Mother Tian had shown him how to make the buns several times before he managed to produce one that actually looked like a bun. But right now, Cheng Mo acted as if he'd gotten it right on the first try. Tian Kaio's eyes darted around, and he decided to help Cheng Mo win some points with Cheng Zhiyu. "Cheng Zi, I saw Brother Hai fiddling around in the kitchen since just after 4. He was working really hard." Cheng Mo, who was trying to build an image of being a talented cook, shot back. "You talk too much." Tian Kaio rubbed his nose. Did he say something wrong? If he told Cheng Zi that Cheng Mo had been up since 4, wouldn't he be incredibly moved? Seeing that Cheng Mo was a little unhappy, Cheng Zhiyu held back a laugh. "For a first time, it's already very impressive." As he spoke, he picked up some side dishes to eat with the bun. Hearing this, Cheng Mo brightened up again and cast a seemingly casual glance at Han Ping. Han Ping, who was focused on eating his bun, was bewildered. Han Tingting tutted. Day in and day out, they were constantly being fed dog food. Zhou Min ate his bun with a fond, knowing smile on his face. Tian Manman had his head down, completely focused on eating. He had already finished 5 buns. "Did you only make this one?" Cheng Zhiyu asked hopefully. Seriously, he kind of wanted one of the big buns with thin skin and lots of filling. This manta bun was really. But he couldn't bear to hurt Big Hai's feelings, especially since he'd gotten up at 4 in the morning for this. "No, there's one more." Cheng Mo quickly grabbed the last bun from the basket and handed it to Cheng Zhiyu. "Hurry and eat." It had almost been taken. Tian Manman, who had been debating whether to eat that particular bun, thought, perfect. That bun didn't look appetizing at all, but he couldn't just throw it out and grab another one, so he'd been agonizing over it. Thankfully, Cheng Mo took it away. Tian Manman happily picked up the basket and went to the kitchen for more buns. Cheng Zhiyu accepted the second one. Well, at least that's the last of them. He ate the mantu bun with the side dishes, feeling like it was a bit hard to swallow. Cheng Mo's expression was gentle. "Eat slowly." Cheng Zhiyu sighed internally. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again tomorrow," Cheng Mo offered. Cheng Zhiyu couldn't stop himself. "Please don't." He blurted out. Cheng Mo was confused. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly, trying to find an excuse. "How could you possibly handle getting up so early every day?" "No, you need to get more rest." "It's fine," Cheng Mo said. "I won't have to get up that early anymore." He could just follow the 2 mothers and learn from them, waking up around the same time they did. But that's still really early. Afraid that Cheng Mo would actually start doing this every day, Cheng Zhiyu racked his brain. If you get up that early every single day just to cook for me, my heart will ache. That's so sappy, he thought. Cheng Mo was ecstatic. It's fine. It wasn't that tiring. But my heart aches, Cheng Zhiyu repeated, finding it easier the second time. The corners of Cheng Mo's mouth curved up uncontrollably, and he finally changed his mind. All right, then I'll just cook for you occasionally. Thank goodness. Cheng Zhiyu thought, relieved. After finishing Cheng Mo's breakfast of love, Cheng Zhiyu followed it up with a large, fluffy bun with a thin skin and generous filling. He was in a state of pure bliss. Cheng Mo watched him. You seem to like this more. Chewing away on the bun, Cheng Zhiyu replied with a solemn expression, What are you talking about? I obviously like what you made the most. Cheng Mo's smile widened again. He was so gullible. Really? Of course, Cheng Zhiyu said between chews. It was delicious. Especially delicious. Resting his chin on his hand, Cheng Mo was the picture of happiness. Oh. These buns are amazing. Cheng Zhiyu inwardly exclaimed. The others watching from the side wanted to laugh. The whole scene was too amusing, but they managed to hold it in. After the meal, Han Ping went with Zhou Min and the others to report to the ability user team and begin training. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhiyu took Han Tingting to the livestock farm. The farm was a hive of activity, with people busy feeding the pigs, chickens, and rabbits. They had also recently caught some ducks, and their loud quacking could be heard from a distance. As they approached, several large geese charged out from nowhere, wings outstretched as they rushed straight for them. With their long necks extended, they tried to peck them. Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo dodged easily, leaving the geese momentarily confused by their speed. The birds then turned their attention to Han Tingting. Oza! Why are there geese? Han Tingting shrieked, scrambling to get away. Just as a goose was about to get her, Cheng Zhiyu pulled her to safety. Han Tingting gasped for breath. My God, that was terrifying. A goose bite really hurts. I am so glad it didn't get me. Moreover, these geese looked even bigger than the ones from before the apocalypse. She couldn't imagine how much a peck from one of them would hurt. Hearing the commotion, a farm caretaker hurried over. He relaxed when he saw it was Cheng Zhiyu and his group, having thought someone else had wandered over to look around again. Why are you raising geese, and free range at that? Cheng Zhiyu asked. They raised specifically for guarding the farm, the caretaker explained. People kept coming over. They don't mean any harm, but with them coming and going, I was worried they might bring in germs that could infect the animals. The ability users happened to catch a few geese, and let me tell you, these birds are incredibly smart. They knew how to guard the place as soon as they arrived. So I didn't pen them up and let them roam free to watch over the farm. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for the geese to leave. Seeing how obedient the geese were, Cheng Zhiyu figured they must be quite intelligent. He nodded without further questions and introduced Han Tingting to the caretaker. This is my friend. She majored in veterinary medicine in college. The farm should have a need for her skills. We do. We absolutely do. The caretaker's eyes lit up with excitement. This is fantastic. I was just worrying about this. It's wonderful to have a professional join us. Han Tingting felt a little shy. I don't have much practical experience. After all, she had only just graduated. The caretaker didn't mind at all. Bah, you raise still miles better than amateurs like us. Oh, right. We need your help with something right now, the caretaker said. Could you come take a look and see if this sow is pregnant? Huh? Han Tingting was taken aback. So can you tell? The caretaker asked hopefully. Han Tingting did know a thing or two. She put on a pair of gloves while asking about the sow's condition, learning that it had been a week since the breeding attempt. She nodded and went over to the sow's pen. The sow was quite docile, and the boar had already been moved to a separate pen to prevent them from fighting. When Han Tingting entered, the sow was lying on the ground, listless and barely moving. She performed an examination and, under the caretaker's expectant gaze, said, She should be pregnant, but I can't be 100% sure yet. It's too early. We should check again in a while. If she doesn't go into heat again, then it was successful. She certainly had some professional knowledge. The caretaker nodded. That's great. We really need a professional for this. We could never figure it out on our own. Next, he had hand tincting check on a litter of newborn rabbits to confirm they were healthy. Seeing that hand tincting was already busy at work, Cheng Zhiyu felt reassured and left with Cheng Mo. Outside the base, the newcomers didn't need to be called. First thing in the morning, they were already asking when they could start building the perimeter wall. They had eaten their fill the previous day and had a wonderful night's sleep. It wasn't on the hard floor of a cave dwelling, where they would wake up shivering several times a night and feel as sore as if they'd been beaten up. Instead, they slept on warm, soft beds and woke up at dawn feeling refreshed, their complexions visibly better. Such a good life made them cherish it all the more. Before the sun was even fully up, they were eager to get to work on the wall. This wall wasn't for someone else. It was for them. They would be living here in the future, and getting it built sooner meant they could sleep more soundly at night. By the time Cheng Zhiyu arrived, the area was already buzzing with activity. The stronger men were working on the wall, while the women were either cooking. They were preparing their own meals today, with the base only providing the ingredients or being led to the cotton fields to pick cotton. The mutated cotton was ready for harvest, and they needed to pick it as soon as possible. Many of the newcomers found the cotton strange. Why is this cotton red? The cotton field was a sea of crimson, a beautiful sight to behold. The cotton bolls were also huge, much larger than the ordinary cotton from before the apocalypse. As they picked, they chatted amongst themselves. You don't get it, do you? This is mutated cotton. Of course, it's different from the regular kind. Someone nearby chimed in, it's not that I don't know it's mutated. Everyone knows that only mutated crops can grow now. I just find it odd that it's red. Hey, it's not just red. Did you feel it when you were picking it? Feel what? This cotton feels warm to the touch, like it's generating its own heat. A woman nearby touched a bowl carefully. You know, you're right. It's too hot during the day, so I didn't notice it while picking. But now that I am paying attention, it does feel warm. You don't think it's just from the sun, do you? No way, it's different. This cotton seems to produce its own heat. Despite the hot weather, they had been given mung bean soup after breakfast. The mung beans weren't newly grown, they hadn't had time to plant them yet. They were from a small existing stock, just enough for everyone to have a little. Cheng Zhiyu made a mental note to plant mung beans. He also had durian seeds from the seed shop that needed to be planted. Coincidentally, the soybeans and other crops he had planted in the system space were almost ripe, as was the new plant from the system. Cheng Zhiyu noticed the new plant looked like an inflated balloon. He decided to name it Xiaohe. That sounds a bit strange, he thought. But he couldn't help it. He already had Kyukyu, and calling this one Xiaohe would be confusing. As for other names, being terrible at naming things, he honestly couldn't come up with anything else. Xiao San was still defending the crop fields. Although the wheat had been harvested, the sweet potatoes were almost ready, so to prevent anything from ruining the crops, Cheng Zhiyu had left Xiao San on guard duty. Xiao San had reached level 3 and could now split into 5 entities, covering a much larger area. Its defense even extended underground, blocking gophers or other creatures that tried to gnaw on the sweet potatoes. With Xiao San's upgrade, the planting space had expanded from 20x 20 meters to 21x 21 meters, an increase of over 40 square meters, which was perfect for planting mung beans. The soybeans weren't quite ripe yet, so he would harvest them in a couple of days. For now, he planted the mung beans and started sprouting the durian seeds. Once they were seedlings, he would transplant them to a more spacious area. With a plan in mind, Cheng Zhiyu entered the planting space and got busy. He hoped the durian would grow large, so he found a small patch next to Xiao Qiang to start the seedlings. Then he planted the mung beans next to Xiao San. Next, he checked on the other plants in the space. Xiao seemed to have stopped leveling up after reaching level 5. Cheng Zhiyu didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, he was quite happy. This space had bonded with him after the apocalypse began. To this day, he still didn't know why it had happened so coincidentally, but he felt that the space's existence was somehow related to the apocalypse. The plants within it could almost completely suppress the zombies outside. The plants were leveling up, and so were the zombies. So far, the most powerful zombie he had encountered was level 5. The fact that Xiao had stopped at level 5 might mean that the maximum level for both his plants and the zombies was 5. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly be good news. The constant leveling up of the zombies had been a source of great unease, as no one knew what their limits were. If his guess was correct, it would be a huge relief. A smile touched Cheng Zhiyu's lips as he patted Xiao, who rubbed against him just like it always did. This, however, made Xiao jealous. It transformed into a cleaver and swung at Xiao. Cheng Zhiyu stopped it with a sigh. Xiao, don't fight with Xiao. You can't beat it right now. Then he turned to Xiao. Xiao, don't mind it. But the two plants were already locked in a heated battle. Cheng Zhiyu watched for a moment and realized they were just playing around. He relaxed. Oh well, if they're just having fun, let them be. He went to check on his other plants, but Xiao and Xiao suddenly followed him, with Xiao shaking excitedly. Cheng Zhiyu was confused. A moment later, a system notification informed him that Xiao had leveled up. Cheng Zhiyu. Xiao was originally level 4. If it was leveling up now, didn't that mean it had reached level 5? A jolt of excitement shot through Cheng Zhiyu, and he quickly checked Xiao status. When it had advanced to level 4, he had chosen a new form for it. He couldn't find any blueprints for advanced firearms, and ordinary weapons were of little use to him. In the end, a flash of inspiration had struck, and he drew a super large, super heavy block of iron. How big was it? About the size of a room. This weapon could have an unexpected effect at a critical moment. For instance, when fighting zombies, he could just throw the giant iron block out and crush a whole swath of them. Now, hearing that Xiao had leveled up, Cheng Zhiyu was both thrilled and pondering what to choose this time. He thought so hard his head was about to go bald, but he was drawing a blank. But when he opened Xiao interface, he realized he'd been overthinking it. He didn't have to choose at all. It seemed this upgrade didn't add another weapon type. Instead, it was multiplication. Previously, Xiao various forms could only appear one at a time. For example, when the kitchen knife was out, the crossbow, machine gun, and iron block couldn't appear. But now, after reaching level 5, the 4 forms no longer had to be switched. They could all appear simultaneously. Cheng Zhiyu could mentally control each of them separately to fight zombies. Of course, simultaneously controlling several weapons with his mind was a bit tricky. He would need to practice. With Xiao sudden upgrade, the planting space also expanded from 21x 21 meters to 22x 22 meters, adding over 40 square meters of land. It was just right for planting more mung beans. Huffing and puffing, Cheng Zhiyu tilled the new soil, planted the mung beans, and watered them. Then he checked on Qiu, Xiao Qiang, Xiao Huang, Xiao Huan, and Xiao San one by one, giving them all a drink of water. Last was Xiao Qi. Cheng Zhiyu figured it should be maturing soon. The soybeans and rice in the space were also almost ready. Cheng Zhiyu decided to harvest them in a couple of days and plant them directly outside. He also checked on the cherry and peach trees. The plants in the space grew much faster than those outside. When these 2 trees were first dug up and moved here, they had looked withered, their leaves yellowed, as if they could die at any moment. But now, the trees had perked up and sprouted fresh leaves. Moreover, both the cherry and peach trees were in bloom. One tree was covered in white blossoms, the other in pink. It was a beautiful sight. Xiao Huan was being mischievous, poking at the flowers for fun and knocking off quite a few petals. When it saw the petals fall, it would guiltily retract its vine, afraid of being discovered by Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu reminded it, "These flowers will all turn into fruit. Don't go poking them, you hear?" Xiao Huan gently wrapped a vine around his wrist, as if acting cute. It was hard to tell if it had actually listened. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled and patted it. "All right, be good now." He looked at the blossoms. There were no bees in the space, so he had always done the pollinating himself. He rolled up his sleeves and started pollinating the fruit trees. After he was done, he looked at the beautiful flowers, thought for a moment, and broke off a few flowering branches. I'll take them back for Big Black." Seeing this from the side, Xiao Huan grew anxious. It poked Cheng Zhiyu, then pointed at the branches he had broken off. The meaning was obvious. "You told me not to poke them, but you're breaking off whole branches." Cheng Zhiyu felt a little guilty. He rubbed his nose and pretended not to understand Xiao Huan's meaning, patting it instead. "Be good." Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu wasn't getting the message, Xiao Huan shook its vines frantically. Cheng Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt but stubbornly continued to feign ignorance, clearing his throat. "I am heading out now." At that, Xiao Huan immediately shrank and wrapped itself around his wrist, wanting to go out with him. "Fine," Cheng Zhiyu thought. He exited the planting space holding a bunch of pink and white blossoms, appearing back in his room. The thought of giving Cheng Mo flowers made him feel strangely shy. However, when he came out, he found that Cheng Mo wasn't in the room at all. He even checked the bathroom, but he wasn't there either. Cheng Zhiyu stood there holding the flowers, unsure of what to do. If he put them down, he was afraid they'd get crushed and lose the beautiful shape he'd just arranged. But holding them, he was too embarrassed to walk around looking for Cheng Mo while holding a bouquet of flowers. After a moment of indecision, he kept the flowers in his hand, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the window to see if Cheng Mo was in the yard. Sure enough, Cheng Mo was in the yard, helping the elders with some work. Previously, Cheng Zhiyu had taken out the mutated seeds for cucumbers, red cabbage, and beans. The family had cleared a patch of land in the yard and planted them. Now, the cucumbers and beans needed trellises, so they were busy setting them up. Cheng Mo was helping. The soil was a bit hard, making it difficult to drive the wooden stakes into the ground. Cheng Mo took a stake, gave it a hard shove, and planted it firmly in the earth without it wobbling at all. Mother Cheng was praising him from the side. "Wow, Xiaomo, you're amazing. You did that in one go. It took me forever just now." Cheng Mo, looking cool and composed, held out his hand. "Auntie, let me do the rest." Father Cheng silently tied the cucumber vines to the stake he had just set. He glanced at Cheng Mo, his feelings about this son-in-law a bit complicated. He'd only recently learned about his son's relationship with Cheng Mo. He had assumed his wife didn't know and had been agonizing over how to tell her. But his wife had just looked at him, confused. "Huh? We've known about this for ages." "You didn't know?" Father Cheng was speechless. "Who told me?" Mother Cheng was baffled. "The two boys are sleeping in the same room. Didn't you notice something was up? It's not like we don't have other rooms in the house." Father Cheng was puzzled. They're close like brothers. Isn't it normal for them to share a room? Mother Cheng retorted, "Oh. Then why don't you try sharing a room with Lao Tian?" The mere thought made Father Cheng's face scrunch up in refusal. Forget it. He was disgusted by the idea. Still, he looked at his wife. "You just accepted it like that." "Accepted what?" Father Cheng struggled for words. "That. Our son got himself a husband." "Sigh. What are you sighing for?" Mother Cheng was exasperated. "What's wrong with a husband? Besides not being able to have kids, I think Xiao Mo is great in every way. But not being able to have." Mother Cheng shot him a glare. "What's wrong with that? Look at the world we live in now. A child born today would just suffer. Why are you thinking so much about it? Hearing that, Father Cheng felt it made some sense. But he was still conflicted. It wasn't that he was opposed to it or anything. It was just that his perception of Cheng Mo was now very complex. Sai, how did he end up becoming my son-in-law? So now, when he was around Cheng Mo, he had no idea what to say and could only remain silent. Still, the kid was a decent worker. Very efficient. He was setting those stakes remarkably fast. Cheng Zhiyu watched this harmonious scene from his window. As if sensing his presence, Cheng Mo, who had been focused on his work, suddenly looked up at him. His cool expression broke into a goofy grin. Cheng Zhiyu smiled back, his heart beating a little faster. Damn, Cheng Mo is really handsome. He freed one hand and waved at him. Come up when you're done. Hearing this, Cheng Mo's work speed instantly increased. Okay. He then started setting the stakes at lightning speed. Mother Cheng watched, amused. You kid. If you're in a hurry, just go upstairs. Cheng Mo hesitated for a moment before replying, I'll go up after I am done. There wasn't much left anyway. He set the stakes at a frantic pace, and Father Cheng, sweating bullets, hurried to tie the trellises behind him. Mother Cheng watched, speechless. Slow down. What's the rush? Father Cheng wiped his brow. He didn't know why he was rushing either. He just felt that Cheng Mo's breakneck speed had made him anxious and swept him up in the frenzy. Finally, Cheng Mo finished with the stakes. After saying a quick word, he immediately ran upstairs. Mother Cheng shook her head with a smile. Those two kids are so clingy. How long has it even been since they last saw each other? Father Cheng just kept his head down, working diligently. Mother Cheng was exasperated. Did you not hear me? Father Cheng mumbled without looking up, I heard you. You heard me, but you don't say a word, Mother Cheng grumbled. Father Cheng remained silent. What could he say? He didn't know what to say. Finally, Mother Cheng complained, it's so boring talking to you. Father Cheng was speechless. Seriously, what am I supposed to say? Sigh. This is so difficult. Meanwhile, halfway upstairs, Cheng Mo felt that he was all dirty. He couldn't appear before Zhiyu looking like this. He immediately used his water ability to clean himself up. Once he was sure he was fresh and clean all over, he pushed open the door and went inside. The moment he entered, a bunch of flowers was thrust into his hands. Cheng Zhiyu looked a bit embarrassed. Here. The fruit trees in the space are blooming. They're for you. Cheng Mo froze for a second. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's awkward posture, he felt a sweetness in his heart that was better than honey. He took the flowers and said, They're beautiful. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. Oh. I am glad you like them. Then he saw Cheng Mo lean in, his warm breath fanning across his face. Cheng Zhiyu grew a little nervous as the other's lips gently brushed against his before pulling away. Cheng Zhiyu was just about to think. That's it. But then the other man leaned in again, nipping gently at his lip with his canines. A tingling numbness shot through Cheng Zhiyu, making him tremble slightly. Then Cheng Mo's tongue invaded his mouth forcefully, desperately plundering the air within. Cheng Zhiyu's scalp prickled, and he felt his breath hitch. Being kissed until he was out of breath was frankly a bit embarrassing. Cheng Zhiyu reached out to push Cheng Mo away, but the other man only held him tighter, his kiss growing even more ferocious. Damn. Cheng Zhiyu thought. I'll never underestimate Big Black again. Finally, the kiss ended. Cheng Zhiyu felt a little dizzy. He heard Cheng Mo chuckle softly before leaning in to give his lips another gentle peck. Cheng Zhiyu came to his senses, his face burning. What are you laughing at? He snapped, trying to sound fierce. Because I am happy, Cheng Mo said, looking at Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu, why are you being so harsh with me again? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. As if to punish him, Cheng Mo pecked his lips again. Hey, is this ever going to end? Cheng Zhiyu protested. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to face anyone? Isn't it normal for people in a relationship to kiss? So what if they figure it out? Why wouldn't you be able to face anyone? Cheng Mo had his own logic. I've seen some people here who are completely shameless, making out right in the open. All right, fine, I'm full of shame, okay. Sometimes you just have to be a little more thick-skinned, Cheng Mo advised. Cheng Zhiyu pinched his face. What are you doing? Cheng Mo's voice was muffled. Just checking how thick your skin is. Cheng Zhiyu huffed. Cheng Mo was utterly shameless. Very thick. Thick enough to kiss Cheng Zhiyu whenever I want and not feel embarrassed even if we're caught. Cheng Zhiyu was at a loss. Wait, since when did this guy get so shameless? Feeling he couldn't let the conversation continue, he changed the subject. Let me go. The flowers I gave you aren't crushed, are they? Only then did Cheng Mo release him. He looked at the flowers and smiled. They're fine. Oh, that's good. Cheng Mo held the flowers, admiring them from every angle. They're beautiful. Should we find a vase for them? Cheng Zhiyu searched the room, but couldn't find a proper vase. He grabbed a plastic bottle and trimmed it with scissors. Here, let's just use this. Cheng Mo glanced at it, unable to hide his disdain. His face clearly said, how can you be so careless about this? Cheng Zhiyu fell silent. No way, Cheng Mo said. I am going to ask Auntie and the others if they have a vase. Cheng Zhiyu was mortified. Please don't. The mere thought of his entire family knowing he'd given Cheng Mo flowers made Cheng Zhiyu's toes curl in embarrassment. He tried his best to stop him. There's no need. Is a nice vase really that important? As long as it can hold the flowers, it's fine. Cheng Mo was displeased. How can you say that? Besides, is that thing even a vase? Aren't you embarrassed? If you go out asking for a vase, everyone will know I gave you flowers. As he spoke, he noticed Cheng Mo's eyes growing brighter and brighter, and a sense of dread washed over him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Cheng Mo became even more eager to show them off. Cheng Zhiyu groaned internally. This mouth of mine. He gave up. Do whatever you want. Go ask for it yourself and be the one to get embarrassed. But clearly, Cheng Mo didn't find this embarrassing in the slightest. He walked out the door, holding the flowers. Cheng Zhiyu reached out. Give me the flowers. There's no need to carry them out. Cheng Mo refused. No need. I'll hold them myself. Arg. Cheng Zhiyu screamed in his mind. He could only numb himself and pretend he didn't know what Cheng Mo was up to. Carrying the flowers, Cheng Mo went out and found Mother Cheng in the yard. Auntie, Zhiyu gave me flowers. Do we have a vase at home? Mother Cheng glanced over and smiled. She thought for a moment. Her family wasn't particularly artistic, so they didn't own any vases. I'll look around for you and see if I can find a pretty bottle. After she left, Cheng Mo turned to Father Cheng. Father Cheng blinked. Why are you looking at me? Cheng Mo repeated what he had just said to Mother Cheng. Father Cheng looked baffled. I heard you the first time. Why are you saying it again? Time to find someone else, Cheng Mo thought. Soon enough, everyone knew that Cheng Zhiyu had given Cheng Mo flowers. Mother Cheng eventually found a beautiful bottle. It had previously held liquor and was quite pretty. Back in the room, Cheng Mo poured water into the bottle, arranged the flowers inside, and frowned. This bottle used to have liquor in it. It won't kill the flowers, will it? Cheng Zhiyu glanced over. They'd die even if it didn't hold liquor. These aren't preserved flowers. They're going to wilt eventually. Hearing this, Cheng Mo frowned again. He meticulously cared for the flowers, spritzing them with water and placing them by the window where they could get sunlight. Cheng Zhiyu watched from the side, amused. When this bouquet wilts, can you give me a new one? Cheng Mo asked. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose. I don't think so. Why? By the time these wilt, the blossoms on the fruit trees in my space will probably have fallen too, Cheng Zhiyu explained. In a while, though, I can give you fruit. Hearing this, Cheng Mo sighed softly. All right. Seeing his disappointed expression, Cheng Zhiyu couldn't help but think maybe I should plant some actual flowers in the space. I did find some flower seeds at a shop before. Cheng Mo tended to the bouquet with great care. Almost every day, the first thing he did upon returning to the room was check on the flowers. But inevitably, they began to fade. Every time Cheng Mo came back and saw fallen petals on the windowsill, he would frown. Then he would collect the petals and press them between the pages of a book. Zhiyu had said they could be made into bookmarks that way. The base was bustling with activity. The outer perimeter wall seemed to change daily. Everyone was well-fed and well-rested, so they worked with exceptional energy. Then there was the cotton. The village had a cotton fluffing machine. After the cotton was sun-dried and processed, the women in the village who had free time came over to make quilts and clothes. They earned contribution points every day. Those who enjoyed gathering and chatting would collect their cots and work together. Those who preferred quiet could take their cotton back home to work. However, the cotton was always weighed before being taken, and the amount was carefully recorded. Even though it gets pretty cold at night now, these quilts are a bit too warm, someone at the base commented. I feel like there's no point in making them. Yeah, it's already winter, but the days are still so hot. I bet the weather will just stay like this from now on. It won't get much colder. How would you know? Acting like you're so smart. Hey, what's with your tone? I am just saying how I feel. This isn't like winters in the past. Since it's still this hot, I don't think it'll get that cold. Why are you all talking about this? The base gave us a task, so we do it. Besides, we can earn contribution points. That's right, we just need to do the work. Stop chattering, or your quilts will be crooked. If they don't pass inspection, y'all have to redo them. No way. We can talk and still pay attention to our work. Doing this work during the day was torturous. The red cotton generated its own heat, making the room stuffy and hot. Working at night was better. Although it was still a bit warm, it was bearable. Unfortunately, it was too dark at night. They could only work by moonlight, which was very strenuous on the eyes. I wonder when the base will get electricity. Aren't they installing solar panels? I know about that. My son works over there every day. I heard it shouldn't be much longer. Really? That's great. With electricity, we can sew quilts and clothes at night, too. Exactly. It's much more comfortable to do this work at night. So, if we get electricity, will we be able to make phone calls? Someone couldn't help but ask. What are you dreaming of? Electricity doesn't mean there's a signal. How could you make calls? Sai, I just want to contact my child. But in reality, it was a vain hope. Even if the base had electricity and a signal, her child, who was out there somewhere, might not have either. When the conversation turned to this topic, everyone fell somewhat silent. Sai, who didn't have relatives they couldn't contact. But what could they do? In these times, just being alive was a blessing. Maybe this apocalypse will end someday. Once there's a signal, we'll be able to contact them again. Let's not dwell on it. If we live well, maybe that day will come. That's right, let's not think about it too much. Yeah, what's the use of thinking so much? They comforted one another and started chatting and laughing again, but the atmosphere was not as lighthearted as before. The warehouse was filled with quilts. Lin Kang took a look and asked, will we even be able to use these? He was worried they were working for nothing, and that the quilts would ultimately go unused. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know either. It's a precaution. If we happen to need them and don't have any, that would be terrible. Hearing this, Lin Kang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Even if we don't use them, at worst, it's just a waste of some labor. It wasn't a big deal. The base was different now. They didn't lack food or drink. They had enough grain, and in another 6 months or a year, they might even be able to eat meat whenever they wanted. A few days later, the solar power equipment was installed. Cheng Zhiyu and the others went to see it. Everyone was nervously preparing for the test. Turn on the power, Cheng Zhiyu said. After he spoke, the person at the controls began the operation. A moment later, a shout came from the distance. "There's power! There's power!" They all looked at each other and broke into smiles. The base had electricity. It was another big step forward. That evening, the Cheng family ate dinner under the bright lights of the living room. It had been so long since the nights were this well lit that everyone felt a bit dazed. The apocalypse had lasted less than a year, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. It was unusually lively outside that night. Previously, once it got dark, the lack of electricity meant there was no entertainment, so people went to bed early. Besides the patrol teams, the grounds were almost always empty. But now, sounds of laughter and chatter could be heard from outside. With electricity, the base seemed to have come alive. Everyone dug out their long-dead electronic devices to charge them. Cheng Zhiyu charged her phone for a while, then held her breath and pressed the power button. A moment later, a familiar startup sound played. She was so moved she almost cried. Thank goodness, it can still turn on. The battery wasn't completely dead. She had saved a lot of novels on it. Even without the internet, it was at least one form of entertainment. Cheng Zhiyu scrolled through her photo album, sighing. It had been less than a year, but it felt like a century had passed. Looking at the photos from before felt like gazing into another world. Oh, here are some photos I took of my brother, Cheng Zhiyu mumbled to herself. Then Cheng Mo popped up, saying he wanted to take a look. After seeing the photos, Cheng Mo wanted them. But Cheng Zhiyu was troubled. There's no internet now, so I can't share them. In the end, Cheng Zhiyu dug out a laptop, connected the phone to it, and copied the photos onto the computer. Cheng Mo then took Cheng Zhiyu's old phone and transferred the pictures to it. After all that trouble, he was finally satisfied. Cheng Zhiyu, watching from the side, was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Wasn't he a living, breathing person right here? Did Cheng Mo really need photos? Cheng Mo saved the pictures carefully and explained, it's different. This is the Zhiyu of the past, a version I've never seen. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly. Fine, whatever. Everyone looked at the X in the top right corner of their phone screens, accepting the reality of having no signal. Just having electricity was a blessing. Tian Kaio finished charging his tablet and turned it on. Good thing I have some offline games on here. Come on, Manman, want to play? Tian Manman had no interest in games, but she played along and sat down opposite him. Tian Kaio opened Minesweeper, his expression serious and focused as he clicked on a square. Tian Manman reached out and randomly tapped another. Tian Kaio frowned again, thought for a moment, and clicked the next one. Tian Manman tapped another one at random. Seeing this, Tian Kaio couldn't take it anymore. Manman, you're not doing it right. How can you just click randomly? You have to calculate carefully. There's a pattern to Minesweeper. Tian Manman was bored, but slowed down her clicks to humor him. Still, she was just tapping randomly and died within a few moves. Again, Tian Kaio insisted. No, it's not fun. I am not playing, Tian Manman refused. Tian Kaio was left speechless. He had no choice but to call for Zhou Min, only to turn and see him huddled together with Han Ping, whispering about something. He looked around again. Han Tingting and Cheng Zhiyu were also together, letting out bursts of laughter every so often. He wondered what they were talking about that was so amusing. As for the others, the elders didn't know how to play games, so that was out. And there was no need to even mention Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo, who were stuck to each other like glue. Sigh, so boring. I'll just play by myself. In truth, even with electricity, without the internet, these phones weren't very entertaining. The base should have a local area network soon, Cheng Zhiyu said. We'll be able to communicate within the base. Really? Cheng Zhiyu's face lit up. Even if it was just an internal network, that was still great. The base was quite large now, so they could send messages to each other even when they were far apart. A couple of days later, the base did indeed have a LAN. The first thing everyone received was the first official electronic notice from the base, since the apocalypse began. The notice concerned a change in the base's leadership. Cheng Zhiyu had officially taken over, responsible for the primary coordination and management of the base. Lin Kang had now become his deputy. Lin Kang, who had only ever wanted a technical position, was rendered speechless. Cheng Zhiyu explained, "Since the apocalypse, you've been managing the base and know more about its affairs than I do. You are the most suitable person for this deputy role." Besides, he truly needed a deputy who could manage the base temporarily, making it convenient for him to leave if necessary. Of course, now that he had this responsibility, Cheng Zhiyu wouldn't leave the base lightly, but it was always good to be prepared for any eventuality. In the end, Lin Kang had no choice but to agree. The change in management didn't cause much of a stir. From the residents' perspective, a leadership change wouldn't have a significant impact on them. Moreover, the new leader was Cheng Zhiyu, whom they respected from the bottom of their hearts. After all, ever since Cheng Zhiyu had arrived, the base had truly been getting better and better. Following that was an announcement of the base's management regulations, which directly concerned them. The previous rules had all been unwrit. This time, the notice was stamped with the official seal of Xiaohe Base. It listed prohibited actions, the corresponding punishments for violations, and a system for reporting infractions. It also stated that anyone who knew of a violation and helped conceal it would be considered an accomplice and would also be punished. Of course, to ensure no one missed it due to not having a phone, the full text was also posted on the official bulletin board. One day, Cheng Zhiyu heard a system notification that Xiao Qi had reached its first level of maturity. He immediately entered the space to check on it. After Xiao Qi matured, the planting space expanded from 22x 22 meters to 23x 23 meters, and the storage space grew to 160 cubic meters. When he looked at Xiao Qi, Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. He discovered that Xiao Qi was like a hot air balloon. It could fly and carry people. However, at its first level of maturity, Xiao Qi could carry a maximum of 2 people. 2 people was still good. An idea formed in Cheng Zhiyu's mind. Later that day, he mysteriously asked Cheng Mo, "Do you want to fly?" Cheng Mo replied, "My wings haven't grown in yet, so I can't." His wings wouldn't grow until his 100th birthday. Which isn't too far off. Cheng Zhiyu paused. "You can grow wings. Were you not listening to what I said before?" Cheng Mo said plaintively, "I told you I am from the winged clan. How could I not grow wings?" Cheng Zhiyu's mouth fell open, his perception of Cheng Mo shifting once again. The problem was, Cheng Mo's beast form was currently a big dog. A big dog? With wings? Now that I think about it, that's actually kind of interesting. A thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Does your human form have wings too? Though he hadn't grown his yet, Cheng Mo had seen others. He nodded. Yes. Cheng Zhiyu gazed at Cheng Mo's face, his heart pounding. Wouldn't that make you an angel? What's an angel? Cheng Mo asked, confused. It's someone with wings on their back, especially beautiful white wings. But my wings will probably be black, Cheng Mo said. His fur was black. A pair of white wings would look strange. Then you'd be a dark angel. That's cool too. Cheng Zhiyu was filled with anticipation. If Cheng Mo sprouted wings and his ears could be out at the same time, he couldn't imagine how excited he would be. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Then why did you just ask if I wanted to fly? Cheng Mo brought up Cheng Zhiyu's earlier question. Oh, I have a new plant. Cheng Zhiyu noticed that the system hadn't given him a new seed after this one matured, but he wasn't disappointed. He happily shared with Cheng Mo that his new plant could carry people into the air. It's probably like a hot air balloon, Cheng Zhiyu said. Cheng Mo grumbled, I can carry you flying too, but you'll have to wait a while. Cheng Zhiyu laughed. Why do you sound so sour? Are you even jealous of a plant? I am, Cheng Mo stated. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He shot Cheng Mo a sidelong glance. So do you want to ride or not? If not, I'll find someone else. I do. Cheng Mo exclaimed. What a joke. There was no way he was letting Zhiyu ride a hot air balloon with someone else. Cheng Zhiyu smiled and looked at the sky outside. It was already dark, which was perfect. He didn't want to fly during the day. It would feel strange if people saw them. He summoned Xiao Qi, who immediately transformed into the shape of a hot air balloon, complete with a basket for people to stand in, looking much like a regular one. The difference was that Xiao Qi could fly wherever it wanted, making it much more agile than a real hot air balloon. They found an empty spot in the courtyard, and their family members came over to watch. Cheng Zhiyu asked if they wanted a ride, but his parents shook their heads vehemently. Flying so high scared them. Cheng Zhiyan eagerly raised her hand. I do. I do. I'll take you after I take Cheng Mo for a spin, Cheng Zhiyu said. Cheng Zhiyan nodded vigorously. Okay. His uncle's family had moved out. The Cheng family had offered to let them stay, but his uncle had said, living here isn't a long-term solution. Besides, they're allocating houses in the outer circle right now. We have to grab one quickly, or we might not get one later. Liu Pinggan had been helping build the perimeter wall, and his wife had been sewing quilts. They had been working constantly. Zhou Min and the others no longer lived there either, but were nearby. Hearing the commotion, they came over to join the fun. They all clamored for a ride too. Cheng Mo shot them a death glare. Zhiyu, you don't have to take them, right? Cheng Zhiyu agreed. Otherwise, he'd be taking people up and down all night. He simply said, you guys can take it yourselves, 2 at a time later on. He was worried about his sister, but Zhou Min and the others didn't need any coddling. The group replied, okay. As they spoke, Xiao Qi slowly began to float upwards. Everything around them grew smaller and smaller until they were about 20 meters off the ground, where they leveled off. Cheng Zhiyu looked up. The sky was studded with starlight, a rare sight before the apocalypse. Without the light pollution, the stars shone with brilliant clarity. The temperature was already low at night, and Cheng Zhiyu belatedly realized he was a bit cold. He felt Cheng Mo move closer, wrapping his arms around him from behind and holding his hands to warm them. Cheng Mo whispered secretively, I'll be able to fly much better than this in the future. Cheng Zhiyu raised an eyebrow. You don't even have wings yet, and you're already boasting. Cheng Mo, annoyed, nipped his cheek gently. What do you mean, boasting? No one in the winged clan has ever flown this low. Cheng Zhiyu deliberately teased him. But what if you just can't fly high? Cheng Mo let out an exasperated laugh. He stopped nipping his cheek and instead moved closer to Cheng Zhiyu's lips, pressing a kiss against them to silence that intentionally provoking mouth. He didn't know how much time had passed before Cheng Mo finally let him go. Cheng Zhiyu's face was a little red, and he thought to himself, good thing it's dark. They probably can't see us from the ground. Then he felt a change in Cheng Mo. Cheng Zhiyu looked at him. We're outside. Cheng Mo nuzzled his neck, almost like he was whining. Zhiyu, I can't help it. Cheng Zhiyu's ears burned. Don't mess around. I'll just hold you. Oh. Then stop pressing against me like that. Cheng Mo's voice was a little hoarse. Zhiyu, when you were drunk before, you mentioned something I didn't know about. What was it? Cheng Zhiyu froze. When had he said that? No wonder Cheng Mo had been acting strange the next day. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat and feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. You actually believe things drunk people say. Go on, play dumb, Cheng Mo said. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his nose. Play dumb about what? I don't understand what you're saying. Cheng Mo called him out. Every time you lie, you touch your nose. Cheng Zhiyu's hand stilled. He didn't even know he had that habit. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu's guilty expression, Cheng Mo couldn't help but laugh. He whispered, I know everything now. This time, Cheng Zhiyu genuinely didn't understand. What do you know? Cheng Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered something. The tips of Cheng Zhiyu's ears turned crimson. His eyes went wide, and he nearly shoved Cheng Mo away. You? How do you know? Cheng Zhiyu stammered, Who? Who did you hear that from? Cheng Mo frowned in distaste. I wouldn't talk to anyone about something like this. Then you. Cheng Mo pulled a manga from inside his clothes. I read this. He looked aggrieved. It's not like I wanted to. You never told me anything. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the manga. Holy crap, it's porn. After hearing what Cheng Mo said, he thought to himself, how could I bring something like that up? Was I supposed to give him a tutorial? Cheng Zhiyu's face was beet red. He shot him a look. We'll talk about it when we get back. Truthfully, he wanted to take the final step with Cheng Mo for a while. But for one, the other man's thing was a bit intimidating. And for another, Cheng Mo had no idea what he was doing, and Zhiyu was too embarrassed to teach him. Now, since he knew, maybe they could take things slow. Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, and for the rest of the trip, he found it hard to even look Cheng Mo in the eye. They took a lap around the base to check if the surrounding area was safe. They even saw a small deer and tossed it a Chinese cabbage, which it ate with great enthusiasm. When they returned to the courtyard, Cheng Zhiyan was waiting. Seeing them, she rushed over impatiently. But then she saw her brother's face. Hey, brother, why is your face so red? Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat. It's a little cold up there. You should find some warmer clothes to wear. Cheng Zhiyan was successfully fooled. Oh, okay. Cheng Mo's face was also a little flushed, but his wheat-colored skin made it hard to notice. Cheng Zhiyu put on some warmer clothes as well, and Cheng Mo tickled his palm. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Next, he took his sister for a ride. When they returned, Cheng Zhiyan was ecstatic. That was so much fun. Tian Kaio and the others were hooting like monkeys. It's our turn, it's our turn. Just be careful, Cheng Zhiyu said. Call me if there's a problem. Tian Kaio and Tian Manman went up first, assuring him they understood. Watching them float up steadily, Cheng Zhiyu saw there were no issues and felt relieved. Then, he was pulled into their room by Cheng Mo and met with a kiss so scorching it felt like it could burn him. Cheng Zhiyu was pinned against the door. His head nearly hit it, but Cheng Mo cupped a hand behind it, shielding him. The atmosphere was electric as Cheng Mo's clumsy hand moved downward. Cheng Zhiyu grabbed his hand, his breathing heavy. You. Wait. Cheng Mo's eyes were red. He pecked Cheng Zhiyu's lips and said in a hoarse voice, Okay. Cheng Zhiyu went to the nightstand and opened the drawer. Even with his back to Cheng Mo, he could feel the man's searing gaze, as if it were about to burn right through him. Cheng Zhiyu felt pathetically weak, his limbs turning to jelly. He pulled out a few condoms and some lubricant. Thank God. I prepared this beforehand. Cheng Mo really didn't know anything, and he was soon covered in sweat. Cheng Zhiyu winced in pain and kicked him in frustration. Did you read that manga for nothing? Cheng Mo said innocently, the manga was lying. They just went straight for it. Cheng Zhiyu. Damn it. Smutty manga will be the death of me. It was true. The main characters in those things were always exceptionally gifted. Fortunately, Cheng Mo was a quick learner and soon figured out what to do. Cheng Zhiyu blushed. Damn, that feels good. Both of them had excellent stamina, and they ended up going at it until the sky began to light. Cheng Zhiyu was so exhausted, he couldn't even move a finger. In contrast, Cheng Mo looked completely energized. Damn, Cheng Zhiyu muttered. I kind of want to castrate you. Cheng Mo gave him a placating kiss. If you castrate me, how will you feel good? Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. What kind of lewd things is he saying? Thankfully, Cheng Mo quickly finished himself off with his hand and didn't pester him further. He gently used his water ability to clean him up, leaving Cheng Zhiyu feeling fresh again. Cheng Mo kissed him. Go to sleep. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the window, dazedly closing his eyes. Before he lost consciousness, he stressed, "Don't you dare say anything stupid, or you can forget about doing this ever again." Of course, Cheng Mo didn't dare. He held Cheng Zhiyu and slept for a little while, probably less than an hour, before leaving the room. Tian Kaio and the others had also been playing late into the night, so they all looked a bit drained. "Where's Chengzi?" Tian Kaio asked. "We're done playing. It got too late last night, so we didn't want to bother you, but you should put the hot air balloon away." Mother Cheng came out with food. "Tell Zhiyu to come down and eat." With a calm expression, Cheng Mo lied, "Zhiyu caught a cold last night. He's not feeling well, so he's still sleeping." "Oh dear, how did he catch a cold? Is he okay? I'll go check on him." Mother Cheng looked worried and was about to head over. Cheng Mo quickly said, "There's no need. It's not serious, he's just a little uncomfortable." "I should still go see him," Mother Cheng insisted. With that, she went upstairs anyway. Cheng Mo was speechless. He hurried after her. Mother Cheng entered the room and saw her son sleeping soundly. Not daring to disturb him, she gently touched his forehead. She was relieved to find he didn't have a fever. She came back out and said to Cheng Mo, "If he's not feeling well, let him sleep. I'll save his food for him, he can eat when he wakes up." Cheng Mo nodded quickly, sighing in relief. Thank goodness Cheng Zhiyu was asleep and hadn't noticed anyone had come in. When he woke up again, the sun was high in the sky. Cheng Zhiyu figured it was already noon. He sat up then frowned. His lower back was so sore. He got up to wash in the bathroom, but one look in the mirror gave him a shock. Damn, is Cheng Mo a dog or something? His entire body was covered in bite marks. Fortunately, the man had retained some semblance of sanity and hadn't left any marks above the neck. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he could possibly face anyone. Cheng Mo came in and saw he was awake. "I'll go downstairs and bring your food up." "No, don't," Cheng Zhiyu refused immediately. "I'll go down and eat." He was afraid his family would guess what happened if he ate in his room. Cheng Mo reassured him, "Don't worry. I told Auntie you caught a cold. I'll bring your food up." Cheng Zhiyu was actually too lazy to go down anyway, so he nodded. "All right then." Like a big puppy, Cheng Mo scampered downstairs and returned with lunch. "I told them you caught a cold, so I made sure they didn't add any chili peppers." Cheng Mo had learned this from the manga too. After the main characters did that, they didn't eat spicy food. So the manga is useful for something after all. Cheng Zhiyu took a sip of the shrimp congee. Even without spice, a light meal like this was nice once in a while. He sat and ate while Cheng Mo propped his chin on his hand and watched him. His staring made Zhiyu uncomfortable. He tapped the table. "Can you please stop staring at me?" "Zhiyu is handsome," Cheng Mo replied. "Why can't I look?" Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Can he stop saying such sappy things? After he finished eating, he accused Cheng Mo, "Why are you like a dog, biting me all over?" He pulled open his collar to show him. "Look at what you did." He had intended to reprimand Cheng Mo and tell him to be more careful next time. But the other man's gaze changed. It was the same look Cheng Mo had gotten yesterday after they'd already done it several times, and he still wanted more. Cheng Zhiyu swallowed hard and immediately pulled his clothes back together, buttoning them up. Cheng Mo looked disappointed. "Zhiyu." "It's daytime," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Besides, you're too rough. We need to control the frequency from now on." "How many times a day?" Cheng Mo asked. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. He smacked him on the head. "Times a day. Once a week." Cheng Mo felt like his world was collapsing. He forced out, "Zhiyu, you can't be serious." "I am," Cheng Zhiyu said. "Zhiyu." Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his sore back, ruthless. "Pouting won't work. I am not falling for that." "Really?" A pair of black ears popped out on top of Cheng Mo's head. "Really?" Cheng Zhiyu said with difficulty. Cheng Mo started massaging his waist placatingly. "Zhiyu, I think this is something we can negotiate." Cheng Zhiyu squinted his eyes in comfort. What kind of negotiation? How about once every 2 days? Number once every 3 days. Still number once every 4 days, Cheng Mo pleaded. I can't go any lower. Cheng Zhiyu thought for a moment. Once every 5 days. And it depends on your performance. If you're too rough, well adjust it. Zhiyu. Otherwise, it's back to once a week. He felt pretty good about that. Actually, last night was quite nice. Cheng Mo had no choice but to agree. 5 days was a long time. But just because he said once, didn't mean it would actually be just one time. Having just tasted meat for the first time, Cheng Mo suppressed his desires, hugged Cheng Zhiyu, and gently sniffed his scent. Zhiyu, you smell so good. Cheng Zhiyu emphasized again, that's the smell of laundry detergent. How many times do I have to tell you? It's not the detergent, Cheng Mo insisted. It's your scent. Cheng Zhiyu sniffed himself. Then it's the body wash. We both use the same one. Cheng Mo was like a big puppy. But yours smells really good. Cheng Zhiyu reached out and pushed his head away. All right, I have to get to work. Fortunately, everything at the base was running smoothly. Otherwise, if he disappeared for half a day. It's already December, and it's still so hot, Lin Kang sighed. I think this is just what the weather will be like from now on. The days reached over 40 degrees Celsius, while the nights dropped to the negative teens. Everyone had gradually grown accustomed to such temperatures. Cheng Zhiyu shook his head. This is fine too. It's uncomfortable, but at least there aren't any natural disasters. While over 40 degrees was hot, it was bearable. Negative teen temperatures were just like the winters of the past, something everyone was used to. Every household had a heated Kang bed. All they had to do was light a fire. That's true, Lin Kang said, nodding in agreement. The two discussed a few more matters. Once everything was settled, Cheng Zhiyu left. He didn't like being cooped up in an office all day. It felt stifling. He usually just set aside some time each day to make the necessary decisions. Now that the base was developing steadily, things weren't particularly chaotic. As long as the general direction was clear, everything was fine. In the blink of an eye, it was late December. The sweet potatoes in the fields had all been harvested. While digging them up, someone caught a chubby little animal that looked like a rodent. Cheng Zhiyu went to take a look. It had tiny eyes, 2 long teeth, and a plump body. The person who caught it said, "We were digging up sweet potatoes when this thing snuck over to try and steal one. I caught it red-handed. The moment I grabbed it, it tried to bite me." Cheng Zhiyu saw the creature's long, sharp teeth and felt a shiver of apprehension. Who knew what this little thing was? A bite could carry countless germs. What should we do with it? Someone asked, poking the little ground rodent with a stick. Well, they would call it a ground rodent for now, even though it didn't look quite like one. But in the apocalypse, there were all sorts of strange creatures, so no one bothered to look too closely. The little rodent was poked until it was dizzy. Perhaps deciding the twig was the culprit, it viciously bit down. The finger-thick branch snapped instantly. The man who had caught it felt a surge of fear. He was lucky he reacted quickly, or he would have certainly been bit. Another person suggested, look how fat it is. It must have a lot of meat. Why don't we just butcher it and eat it? The little rodent seemed to understand, as its chubby body trembled, and it lost some of its earlier ferocity. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. It's actually kind of cute. Ugly cute, that is. Cheng Mo said sourly, its eyes are almost gone. What's so cute about it? Cheng Zhiyu, I think there's something wrong with your aesthetic sense. Cheng Zhiyu glanced at the crowd busy, discussing how to deal with the rodent, and secretly leaned close to Cheng Mo's ear. I think your beast form is very cute too. The tips of Cheng Mo's ears turned visibly red. He huffed softly. Actually, your taste is normal most of the time. It's only abnormal on rare occasions, like right now. What part of this ugly thing was cute? Cheng Zhiyu stifled a laugh. Meanwhile, someone wanted to raise the little rodent, but Grandpa Zhao firmly refused. Absolutely not. This thing is bound to have germs. If it spreads some disease, everyone in the base will be in danger. Besides, these kinds of small animals are generally not suited for domestication. Even if you raise it, you won't change its habit of biting things. The person next to him said, I just wanted to raise it so we can eat its offspring. Another person chimed in, but I think it's a male. The man was speechless. It was just one little rodent, so Cheng Zhiyu didn't bother with them anymore. Soon it was January, but the daytime weather remained scorching. The cherries and peaches in Cheng Zhiyu's system space had ripened one after another. He picked a dozen peaches and a bowl of cherries. Let's make some fruit slushies today, he said. It was too hot, and something icy would be refreshing. Cheng Zhiyu called Tian Kaio over. The moment he saw the peaches and cherries, he couldn't resist popping a cherry into his mouth. Where did you get this fruit? He mumbled. This cherry is so sweet. After meeting Cheng Zhiyu in the apocalypse, he had never gone hungry. But he hadn't eaten much fruit, and tasting it so suddenly made him feel unexpectedly touched. I grew them in my space, Cheng Zhiyu said. I am going to make fruit slushies. Can you freeze this fruit? Tian Kaio was reluctant. But it's so rare to have fresh fruit. Fresh fruit and fruit slushies just didn't taste the same. Don't worry, Cheng Zhiyu assured him, there's more in the space. Beside them, Tian Manman's eyes lit up. He always had this expression whenever he saw food. Fruit slushies. Are they good? He asked. Cheng Zhiyu smiled. I'll make a simplified version. It should taste pretty good. Tian Manman nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just as Tian Kaio was freezing the fruit, Zhou Min and Han Ping came back shouting. Well, it was mainly Zhou Min shouting, while Han Ping followed silently behind him. Seeing they looked a bit disheveled and were carrying a bag, almost like refugees, Cheng Zhiyu asked, What have you two been up to? Why do you look like this? Zhou Min grinned. Han Ping and I went for a walk. And guess what? We saw a beehive. Cheng Zhiyu took in their appearance and guessed what had happened. You didn't just go and raid the hive, did you? Zhou Min scratched his head. I didn't want to at first, but Han Ping said he could teleport, so we decided to give it a try. Cheng Zhiyu looked at Han Ping in surprise. In his impression, Han Ping was steady and calm. He couldn't imagine him being so impulsive. Zhou Min explained that they had a thorough plan. After confirming the hive's location, they returned to the base and found thick clothing to cover every inch of their exposed skin. Then, Han Ping went over with a lit piece of firewood and smoked the bees out of the hive. While the bees were out, he cut off a large piece of the honeycomb, grabbed it, and teleported to the rendezvous point they had agreed on. So, our plan was meticulous, right? Zhou Min asked proudly. Tian Kaio clapped. So you didn't get stung. We got stung. Everyone fell silent. I didn't expect that a few of the bees would be ridiculously fast. They were mutated bees. When the two saw the bees chasing them, they naturally ran for it. Because Zhou Min was with him, Han Ping couldn't teleport with another person, so the two had to rely on their legs. But those few bees clearly held a grudge and chased them relentlessly. Both of them were stung several times. Finally, they reached the small river and jumped in. The bees buzzed around outside for a while, but unable to find their targets, they eventually left in a huff. Only after the bees flew away did Zhou Min and Han Ping emerge from the water. They helped each other remove the stingers left behind, and then Zhou Min used his ability to heal their stings. Those bees were truly vicious, managing to sting them even through such thick clothes. The thick, waterlogged clothes were incredibly uncomfortable, so they took off the outer layers and carried them, walking back with the honeycomb in tow. Due to the high daytime temperatures, the short-sleeved shirts they wore underneath had dried by the time they got back. They didn't look too bad now, just that their hair was messy and their faces were a bit sooty, probably from smoking out the hive. Luckily, Han Ping threw the bag with the honeycomb far away before jumping into the water. Otherwise, all our work would have been for nothing, Zhou Min said, still thinking about his prize. Then he noticed Tian Kaio freezing fruit. "What are you doing? Where'd you get fruit?" Tian Kaio explained the situation. Zhou Min slapped his hands together. "That's great. I have honey here. We can use it for the fruit slushies." Cheng Zhiyu nodded. He had been wondering what to use as a substitute. After all, they didn't have yogurt, and it couldn't be just ice and fruit, could it? He had even considered using white sugar, but that felt strange. Replacing sugar with honey was a much better idea. Still, he couldn't help but say, "You two need to be more careful in the future. Don't be so impulsive." Zhou Min nodded. Got it. Well, definitely remember." Han Ping rubbed his nose, feeling awkward as well. He was rarely so reckless. But at that moment, Zhou Min had looked at him with such pleading eyes, saying he wanted to eat honey, that he had agreed without a second thought. Looking back, he wasn't sure what he had been thinking. Tian Kaio added, "Yeah, that was pretty dangerous. Neither of your abilities are suited for dealing with bees. Next time call me." "I'll freeze them into ice cubes." Cheng Zhiyu said. "Just focus on freezing your fruit." Zhou Min's eyes lit up with greed. "I am going to take a shower. Make sure to call me when it's ready," he said hurriedly. He then grabbed Han Ping. Let's go. We have to hurry, or we'll miss out." After the two left, Tian Kaio finished freezing the fruit. Cheng Zhiyu took out the family's high-powered blender and had Tian Kaio freeze some ice cubes as well. He had already pitted the fruit. He added the fruit and ice cubes to the blender, then poured in some honey. A quick blitz in the blender, and the fruit slushie was ready. Tian Kaio had already called his family over. Everyone held a small bowl and ate the slushie. The fruity aroma was rich, and the fruit itself was very sweet. With the addition of honey, the slushie was cool and refreshing, an absolute delight on such a hot day. Cheng Zhiyu tried the peach one first. He took a bite and squinted his eyes. Delicious. Cheng Mo ate both flavors, devouring them at high speed, finishing one bowl and immediately getting another. Although he ate quickly, his movements weren't messy. Tian Kaio, on the other hand, had no sense of decorum. Holding his bowl, he found scooping it bit by bit too troublesome and just poured it directly into his mouth. Cheng Zhiyu's teeth ached just watching. Didn't that give him a brain freeze? Then again, Tian Kaio had an ice ability, so perhaps his tolerance for cold was very high. Zhou Min and Han Ping arrived late. Seeing there were still slushies left, they quickly got themselves a bowl. Mother Cheng and the others had one bowl and then stopped, worried it might give them an upset stomach. Cheng Zhiyu and his group, however, polished off the remaining slushies completely. Cheng Zhiyu also picked some fresh fruit, which offered a completely different sensation from the slushies. Mother Cheng and the others were able to eat more of these, so everyone had some peaches and cherries. At the Base's farm, Cheng Zhiyu and Han Tingting were passing by and decided to take a look. Han Tingting had settled into her role as the Base's veterinarian quite well. "The sow is confirmed pregnant," she said with a smile. "She's over a month along. We should have a litter of piglets in about 2 more months." Cheng Zhiyu went to see for himself and noticed the sow's belly was indeed a little bigger. She was lying there lazily. Perhaps recognizing Han Tingting, she lifted her head for a moment when they approached before going back to sleep with a few soft grunts. The feeding trough in her sty was licked clean. Eating well and sleeping well. Excellent. In a while, the Base would have a few more pigs, which was undoubtedly a good thing. As for the rabbits from before, that litter had already grown fluffy white fur. They were hopping around, nibbling on sweet potato vines. The vines from the recent sweet potato harvest weren't going to waste. They were perfect for feeding the livestock. The little rabbits were surprisingly bold, even hopping over to look at Cheng Zhiyu and the others curiously. Their fur was pure white, and they looked incredibly cute, a far cry from when they were newborns. They were like completely different rabbits. Then there were the chickens and ducks. Under careful tending, they had started laying eggs. However, the number of eggs they produced was nowhere near enough to supply the entire base. When Cheng Zhiyu arrived, the breeder was selecting fertilized eggs to be incubated. "Do you have an incubator?" Cheng Zhiyu asked. The breeder smiled. "We don't need one. My mom said we can just use the Kang bed to incubate them. It's not as convenient as an incubator since you have to control the temperature and turn the eggs from time to time. But my mom hatched eggs like this all the time when she was a kid. She's got a great feel for the temperature." "Is she also an employee at the farm?" Cheng Zhiyu inquired. The breeder shook his head. "There's going to be a lot of incubation work in the future," Cheng Zhiyu said. "We can't let your auntie work for free. We'll start by giving her contribution points. If she does a good job, she can apply for a position at the farm." The breeder's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly thanked Cheng Zhiyu. Right now, the most sought-after jobs at the base were in the farming department and at the livestock farm. Putting it simply, once you were hired in either of these places, it was like having an iron rice bowl. You never had to worry about not being able to earn contribution points. It was much more stable than the situation for most people on the base, who had to take whatever work was available day by day. Furthermore, ever since the crops were harvested, the farming and livestock departments had their own cafeteria that provided 2 meals a day. The employees spent almost no contribution points on food, saving them for other things. Although the cafeteria didn't serve meat yet, they were confident that if they did their jobs well, once the pigs were ready for slaughter, there would be meat on the menu. Of course, people who didn't work in those 2 departments could still eat at the cafeteria, but they had to pay with contribution points, and it was more expensive than cooking for themselves. Most people preferred to cook their own meals. Getting a job at the farm was difficult now. But since Cheng Zhiyu had spoken, the breeder was overjoyed, thinking he had to go home and tell his mom to do her very best. The base was developing steadily. Another month passed, and the first batch of chicks hatched at the farm. They were fluffy, yellow, and utterly adorable. However, the nights were still cold, so the chicks had to be herded into a building every evening to keep them from freezing to death. But recently, for some unknown reason, the animals on the farm had become agitated. The chickens and ducks would flap and fly about for no reason. The rabbits were so irritable they tried to bite anyone who came near, and even the sow, who usually just ate and slept, lost her appetite and would just lie there grunting restlessly. Even the geese that guarded the farm were less diligent than usual. As a result, egg production plummeted. The chickens, ducks, and geese just weren't laying properly. Han Tingting had examined them several times, but couldn't find anything wrong. She had no idea what was afflicting the animals. The farm staff grew worried, fearing that something might happen to the animals they had raised for so long, which would mean all their work had been for nothing. They checked on the animals constantly, but their condition didn't improve, leaving everyone anxious. They could only hope things would return to normal soon. That night, everyone heated their Kang beds as usual before going to sleep. Normally, the heated beds were so warm that you didn't even need a blanket. But for some reason, tonight felt particularly cold. Even with the Kang bed heated and wrapped in a quilt, some people still felt a chill. By midnight, it was even colder. When people touched their Kang beds, they were ice cold. Everyone sensed something was wrong. It was the same at Cheng Zhiyu's house. He usually slept with Cheng Mo, who was like a personal furnace, so they never felt cold and just slept in a regular bed. But that night, Cheng Zhiyu's eyes fluttered open. He had been woken by the cold. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. "What's going on? Why is it so cold?" Cheng Mo glanced outside. "It's snowing," he said. Cheng Zhiyu was instantly wide awake. Wrapping the blanket around himself, he went to the window. When he opened it, he was shocked. Outside, heavy, thick snow was falling from the sky. The massive snowfall caused the temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Just from opening the window for a moment, Cheng Zhiyu was left shivering. Cheng Mo quickly came over, closed the window, and took his hands to warm them. Cheng Zhiyu's brow furrowed. "It's this cold. The base is going to be in trouble. No, I have to go out and check. Cheng Mo frowned. I'll wear something thick, Cheng Zhiyu said. There are clothes and shoes made from the mutated cotton in the closet. Get them out. Hearing this, Cheng Mo immediately went to the closet and found the clothes. The garments made from mutated cotton felt warm to the touch, and because they generated continuous heat, Cheng Zhiyu felt warm the moment he put them on. The feeling returned to his stiff fingers, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the mutated cotton worked. The warehouse was currently filled with quilts and clothes made from it. There was enough to go around. He immediately went downstairs to head out. His parents had obviously been woken by the cold as well. Seeing Cheng Zhiyu, Mother Cheng shivered. Zhiyu, where are you going? Why did it get so cold all of a sudden just from some snow? Cheng Zhiyu quickly explained and told his mother to put on the clothes made from mutated cotton. It was only then that Mother Cheng remembered. Oh my! I almost forgot. I'll go change right now. When Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo went outside, they saw that, sure enough, lights were on in many of the houses. The snow was coming down incredibly hard. In just a short time, it was already deeper than their ankles, making the path difficult to walk. Cheng Mo directly transformed into his beast form. Get on, he told Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu quickly climbed on his back. He started to say that someone might see, but then he thought better of it. No one would ask him. If he didn't want to explain, no one would dare question it. With Dehai, they moved much faster, arriving at the broadcasting room in no time. He opened the door, tapped the microphone, and first told everyone not to panic. He explained that the base had a stockpile of quilts and clothes made from mutated cotton, which could be collected in exchange for contribution points. Although these were emergency supplies, they couldn't be given away for free. For the base to develop, they couldn't foster a habit of laziness. If people found out they could get everything for free, some would inevitably stop working hard, which wouldn't be fair to those who didn't cut corners. Besides, the contribution point cost wouldn't be too high. The base had been busy with construction lately, and any family that wasn't lazy would have saved up some points, enough to exchange for bedding and clothes. Trapped in their homes, everyone had been watching the heavy snow and the plummeting temperature with a growing sense of panic. The Kang beds that were warm when they went to sleep were now freezing cold. They usually used firewood to heat them, mostly dry branches and wheat straw from the last harvest. That had been enough to keep them warm before, but with the sudden temperature drop, it was completely useless now. It was impossible to sleep in this cold, so how could they not be afraid? But then, Cheng Zhiyu's calm voice came over the broadcast. He showed no hint of panic as he explained the situation, and everyone's hearts inexplicably settled. Right, I helped make those mutated cotton quilts. They're really warm. I was sweating at night when I was working on them. Someone immediately remembered. That's fantastic. What awful weather. It's a good thing, leader, Cheng prepared in advance. I feel so much better now. Who was it that said making those was useless? Good thing we didn't listen to them. I remember we spent half a month making those mutated cotton quilts and clothes. There must be enough. Well, it wasn't me. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry and go to the place he mentioned to get our things. Let's all go together, nice and slow. Didn't you hear Leader Cheng's reminder? The road is really slippery. It'll be bad if someone falls. Right. Let's go slowly. Back in the broadcasting room, Cheng Zhiyu let out a breath of relief and prepared to notify people to get things ready. Lin Kang's voice came from outside the door. Whoa, what is that thing? Dehai was lying outside the door, and the sight of such a massive dog nearly made Lin Kang fall on his backside in fright. Dehai gave Lin Kang an indifferent glance, barely deigning to acknowledge him. When Cheng Zhiyu came out, Dehai immediately moved closer and gently nuzzled him. Seeing this, Lin Kang clutched his chest. This is... Cheng Zhiyu explained with a smile, this is my dog, Dehai. Anyway, you know the situation now. Let's get things organized. Lin Kang snapped back to his senses, his shock momentarily forgotten, and nodded. The distribution point for the supplies was the warehouse, where everything was stored. In an empty warehouse next to it, Cheng Zhiyu had people start brewing ginger soup. Those waiting in line could wait there first. Drinking the hot soup would help them warm up a bit. Otherwise, queuing outside would be dangerously cold. Before long, people started arriving, escorted by ability users to prevent any accidents on the way. Everyone orderly exchanged their contribution points for quilts and clothes. Try to get one set of clothes for each person in your family, the person in charge of distribution said. The sizes vary, and so do the contribution points required. They might not all be a perfect fit, so you can ask someone to alter them back home. As for the quilts, if you have a smaller family, you can get fewer. The base has many people, so we're trying to make sure every household gets at least one set. The person at the front of the line nodded quickly. Okay, there are 5 people in my family. I'll exchange for 2 quilts, one for my parents and one for me, my wife, and our child. My kid is small, so one is enough. And I'll need 5 sets of clothes. He gave the approximate heights and weights of his family members, and someone nearby handed him the appropriate sizes. You should put the clothes on now, another person reminded him. To avoid getting cold on the way back. There's ginger soup next door, go have a bowl. The man nodded, so moved he didn't know what to say. In times like these, everyone was on edge, but being cared for like this made him feel an inexplicable warmth. He felt a little like crying as he thanked them profusely. It was the same for the others waiting in line. After a few words of concern, some began wiping tears from their eyes. They felt their base was truly wonderful. It was the middle of the night, yet everyone was awake, serving them. While this area was brightly lit, so was the farm. The livestock were shivering from the cold. The breeders, already wearing their mutated cotton clothes, quickly began tending to the animals. Previously, when the temperature dropped to 10-something degrees below zero at night, the animals could still bear it. Their constitutions had likely been strengthened by the apocalypse. But now, with the temperature having dropped another 10+ degrees, they couldn't take it anymore. They were on the verge of freezing solid. The staff hurriedly used mutated cotton quilts as curtains to block the cold wind from outside and lined the animals' pens with more of the cotton. Han Tingting was especially worried about the sow. The pig was over 2 months pregnant and was due to give birth in about a month. Nothing could be allowed to happen to her. Fortunately, after a flurry of activity, the pigsty finally warmed up. Although sealing it like this made the air inside a bit stuffy, there was no other choice. It was better than freezing to death. The geese were no longer standing guard outside. They huddled together with the chickens and ducks, nesting in the mutated cotton for warmth. The auntie in charge of incubating eggs entered the chick house. It wasn't as warm as it used to be. The little chicks were clustered together, shivering from the cold. A few had already frozen to death, which broke her heart. She quickly called her son over to help lay down the mutated cotton. As if sensing something, the chicks all scrambled on their tiny legs onto the bright red cotton. After a short while, they stopped shivering and dozed off on its surface. Seeing this, the auntie let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the bodies of the few frozen chicks, sighed again, and cleaned them up before tidying the rest of the coop. Once the coop was clean and fresh food was put out, the auntie checked on the chicks again. The fluffy yellow creatures were huddled together, their eyes closed in sleep. Clearly, with the mutated cots, the room had become warm again. The auntie touched the heat-radiating cot and smiled. This stuff was truly amazing. Outside, her son, the breeder, was busy with several others. After settling all the livestock and seeing that they were in good condition and wouldn't have any immediate problems, they finally felt relieved enough to leave. The breeder wrapped his coat tighter and walked to the door of the chick house, calling inside, "Mom, are you done yet? Let's hurry back if you are." He was determined to go home with his mother. The snow on the path was thick, and he wouldn't feel at ease letting her go alone. It would be terrible if she slipped and fell. A fall in this freezing weather could be disastrous. The auntie answered, took one last look around to make sure she hadn't missed anything, and then stepped outside. The temperature was frigid. The auntie quickly shut the door behind her, afraid the cold wind would blow in and freeze the little chicks. In the process, she herself started shivering violently. Her son immediately handed her the clothes he was holding. "Mom, hurry and put this on," he urged. In that short moment, the auntie's fingers had already gone numb. Without asking any questions, she took the clothes. As soon as they were in her hands, she felt their warmth. The moment she put the coat on, it instantly blocked out the cold wind, and her whole body warmed up. "Oh my, this is made with mutated cotton, isn't it?" The auntie asked, her tone certain as she patted the toasty warm coat while walking back with her son. "Yeah," the breeder nodded. "Isn't the base distributing cotton clothes and quilts for everyone to exchange?" The auntie nodded. Of course, she had heard the broadcast. "But weren't you just busy taking care of the livestock outside? Who got these clothes for us?" Her son smiled. "We didn't have to get them ourselves. When the leadership heard we had all rushed over to the farm and probably wouldn't have time to pick them up, they sent someone to deliver them to us. The quilts were also sent directly to our house." "Oh, that's too much trouble for them," the auntie said, but a smile spread across her face. "I was just thinking that by the time we finished our work, it might be too late to get the clothes and quilts, that they might have stopped the distribution. I never expected the leadership to be so considerate as to send them to us. By the way, what's the exchange price for these clothes?" The auntie was habitually frugal and always liked to ask the price of everything. But her son just smiled and said, "We're both employees at the farm now. The clothes are an employee benefit, no contribution points needed." The auntie was surprised. "I get benefits even though I just started." Her son nodded. "You do. But if anyone else in our family wants clothes, they'll have to use contribution points. As for the quilts, we each get one for free." "That's only right," the auntie said, pleased that they had saved on the contribution points they would have had to spend. "Excellent." Her face was flushed with happiness. "Tomorrow, we'll eat something good." In reality, something good just meant a thicker porridge, but for people in the apocalypse, these were already wonderful days. Countless people outside were without food or water, and people were starving to death every day. They were living a good life they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. When they got home, the auntie's grandson was already dressed in his mutated cotton clothes, his face rosy, looking like a little penguin. Seeing him, the auntie asked, "Why are you still up so late? Why aren't you sleeping?" Her grandson replied, "Mom said she was worried about you too and told me to wait until you came back before sleeping." The auntie turned to her daughter-in-law. "You silly girl. What could possibly happen to him and me? The child is still growing. You shouldn't let him stay up late. Besides, isn't it cold sitting here?" Though her words were complaining, her face was full of smiles. She wasn't truly blaming her daughter-in-law, who was just worried about her and her son. How could she really be mad? Her grandson immediately piped up, "It's not cold at all, Grandma. I am hot, but Mom won't let me take my coat off." "Your mom is right," the auntie said. "You absolutely can't take it off. You have no idea how cold it is right now. The second you take that off, you'll turn into a popsicle." The little boy shivered in fear and didn't dare mention taking his coat off again. He hadn't really wanted to take it off, just unzip it a little. Now he was too scared to even do that. Seeing this, the auntie felt reassured. He definitely shouldn't take it off. Just a moment ago, without the coat, she had nearly frozen stiff. Now, however, she was starting to sweat slightly. This clothing was truly warm. As employees of the breeding department, they could each get one quilt for free. The auntie's husband had passed away, so she slept with her grandson, while her son and daughter-in-law slept together. This meant they didn't need to exchange for any more quilts. Back in their room, they sealed the doors and windows tight, laid out the mutated cotton quilts, and only after everything was ready did they dare to take off their cotton coats. Even so, the chill made them shiver, and they quickly dove under the covers. instantly feeling warm again. The auntie patted her grandson's back, coaxing him to sleep, her heart filled with gratitude. It was a good thing they had team leader Cheng. Otherwise, who knew how difficult the future would be? Never mind freezing to death. They would have probably already starved. The people in the outer ring felt uneasy when they heard the broadcast. They had only been here for 2 months and worried that there wouldn't be any mutated cotton clothes or quilts for them. This blasted weather, why is it tormenting us like this? Someone said, wiping away tears. Our lives were just starting to get better. Why is this happening again? It's so cold, is it trying to freeze us all to death? Someone else asked, their expression filled with despair. Didn't they say we could exchange for mutated cotton quilts? I helped sew them before, and they're so warm. We should be able to get them too, right? We only just arrived 2 months ago. Even if they let us exchange, where would we get enough contribution points? Since their arrival, they had been scrimping and saving. But because they lacked so many necessities, their contribution points flowed away like water no matter how frugal they were. They simply couldn't save any up. Now with no points, how could they get anything? Just when they had finally started to feel that life was improving, that as long as they worked hard, they could at least fill their stomachs, they were hit by a natural disaster. As they were talking, they saw Liu Pinggan approaching. Shivering, they exchanged glances. Let's go ask Liu Pinggan. Team leader Cheng is his nephew, after all. The suggestion met with unanimous approval. Before, some people had thought it strange. Liu Pinggan's nephew was the highest leader of the base, yet Liu Pinggan had moved to the outer ring to do the same work as them. He didn't seem to be living much better than they were, which made them think Liu Pinggan wasn't very close to his nephew. Now seeing him, they felt a sense of relief. It was a good thing Liu Pinggan was in the outer ring. At least they could get some information from him. So the crowd gathered around him, chattering and asking questions all at once. Liu Pinggan looked surprised. Why haven't you gone to get your clothes? Your faces are all blue from the cold. We don't have enough contribution points. How can we exchange for them? They asked, their faces wretched as they hunched their shoulders to stay warm. Liu Pinggan slapped his forehead. So that's why you didn't go. Team leader Cheng already said that given the special circumstances of everyone in the outer ring, you can get the items on credit and pay it back slowly with your work later. In front of outsiders, he didn't pull rank as Cheng Zhiyu's uncle, but referred to him as team leader Cheng. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all started asking at once, can we really get them on credit? Oh my God, that's wonderful. Let's hurry over before they run out. Right. Let's go. This is great, we can get them on credit. We really have to thank Pinggan for telling us the news. Exactly. It's much better than us just guessing blindly over here. Liu Pinggan shook his head. The broadcast was bound to announce it anyway. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the announcement came over the broadcast system. The inner circle had mostly finished collecting their supplies. It was now the outer circle's turn. It wasn't a matter of preferential treatment. If everyone had gone at once, it would have slowed down efficiency. Notifying them in batches was much better. Hearing the specific details over the broadcast, everyone felt even more at ease, completely untroubled by the prospect of buying on credit. No matter what, getting the clothes and quilts came first. Without them, they would likely freeze to death. What was there to worry about with credit? Besides, Xiaohe Base was different. They were always recruiting for work. As long as they were willing to put in the effort, they could always earn contribution points. When they arrived at the location, the warehouse was brightly lit, and there was steaming hot ginger soup waiting for them. A single sip of the soup made them feel much more comfortable. Soon they were heading back, their hands full of new clothes and quilts. Wrapped in the warmth of the cotton, smiles bloomed on their faces. They were even in the mood to chat and laugh on their way back. They all said how fortunate it was that they hadn't insisted on staying in the mountain gullies and had come to Xiaohe Base instead. Back there, they would have either starved to death before the snow or frozen to death after it started. It was nothing like now, where life was full of hope. At the same time, Kai Hongyi and the others living in the small building also received their delivered quilts. As people receiving special care from the base, they didn't even have to go collect the items themselves. Kai Hongyi stood by the window, wearing a cotton-padded coat. She didn't dare open the window. The temperature left a lingering fear in her heart. She watched the people coming and going in the snow-covered grounds outside. When a cold wave like this hit, even large bases would probably have people freeze to death. But at Xiaohe Base, people were still filled with joyful laughter, their faces brimming with the hope of life. Kai Hongyi exhaled, the warm air fogging the glass in front of her. A slow smile spread across her face. This was wonderful. Xiaohe Base was truly wonderful, so different from any other base. Ichu. Cheng Zhiyu sneezed suddenly, while holding a pen to sign documents. Cheng Mo immediately leaned closer, frowning as he took his hand. Let me see. You didn't catch a cold, did you? His hand was warm. Cheng Mo then felt his forehead and was relieved to find he didn't have a fever. Someone's probably just talking about me, Cheng Zhiyu said. I don't feel sick. Who's talking about you? Cheng Mo scowled. Cheng Zhiyu sighed. Go on, get out of here. I am busy. Cheng Mo shot him a displeased look, but retracted his hand. Cheng Zhiyu could feel his resentful gaze, but steeled himself and finished signing the remaining few documents. When he was done, he let out a breath and smiled. I can sleep in tomorrow. Cheng Mo, who had just been about to show how angry he was, immediately brightened at his words. Really? What did you think I was doing? Cheng Zhiyu yawned. I figured since I was already here, I might as well finish up my work. What he didn't say was that the snow was falling relentlessly. It would probably be incredibly thick by morning, making it inconvenient to come over. But hearing that he wouldn't have to wake up early tomorrow clearly made Cheng Mo happy. Ever since Cheng Zhiyu had become this manager, he had been waking up exceptionally early every day. When Zhiyu got up, Mo didn't want to stay in bed, which meant he hadn't slept in for a long time either. Cheng Zhiyu had told him several times, you don't have to get up with me. Sleep if you want to. But Cheng Mo refused. Once Cheng Zhiyu was gone, he couldn't fall back asleep anyway. Before heading back, Cheng Mo transformed into his beast form again. Cheng Zhiyu sat on his back, his feet not even having to touch the ground. At first, Cheng Mo ambled along slowly. Cheng Zhiyu lay sprawled across his back and took a deep breath. A giant dog, snuggling into his fur, felt absolutely amazing. Just as he was reveling in the feeling, the leisurely strolling Dahai suddenly grew, excited, and broke into a sprint toward home. Cheng Zhiyu didn't even dare to sit up straight, simply burying himself in the thick fur, unconcerned about the cold wind stinging his face. His voice came out muffled. Slow down. Don't accidentally run into someone. On the road, the snow forced people to walk slowly on their way back. Suddenly, they felt a black shadow whip past them like the wind with a whoosh. Everyone paused. What was that? It had been so fast, they couldn't even see it clearly. Once they reached their courtyard, Cheng Mo immediately changed back and pulled Cheng Zhiyu upstairs. Cheng Zhiyu was confused. Inside, Mother Cheng heard the commotion and came out, draping a coat over her shoulders. Seeing it was them, she relaxed. Hurry up and go to sleep. The two of them answered in agreement and entered their room. Cheng Zhiyu was pressed against the door, and before he could react, Cheng Mo leaned in, his searing kiss carrying the taste of wind and snow. The kiss was exceptionally fierce. Cheng Zhiyu was even starting to sweat, his mind still wondering, is he for real? All I did was lean on his back and take a sniff. You weren't paying attention, Cheng Mo said as he pulled back, his eyes, full of dissatisfaction, fixed on Cheng Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu quickly wrapped his arms around his neck. I was paying very close attention. With that, he leaned in to kiss him. Cheng Mo, satisfied, curled his lips and kissed him back with force. In the end, they only kissed and did nothing more. Cheng Zhiyu had been busy for half the night and was too tired. It was better to just sleep. It was too cold to take a proper bath. Cheng Mo quickly washed him with his water ability. Before Cheng Zhiyu could even register the feeling, his body was already dry and fresh. He quickly pulled on his pajamas and dove into the warm blankets. Cheng Mo's gaze darkened. He got into bed from the other side, slid over to Cheng Zhiyu and wrapped his arms around him, letting out a contented sigh. Cheng Zhiyu coughed lightly. Hey, isn't this a bit much? All he did was ask Cheng Mo to help him wash up with his water ability, and here he was, all worked up again. Cheng Mo hummed and nuzzled against the crook of his neck. I don't want to be like this either, but I can't control myself whenever I see you, Zhiyu. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Cheng Mo looked pitiful. Zhiyu, you won't get tired of me, will you? Can you please stop acting? Cheng Mo wouldn't admit it. What acting? I am not acting. Cheng Zhiyu was exasperated. Did he not know Cheng Mo by now? Cheng Mo gently rubbed his head against him, his ears popping out as he put on an innocent face. Everything I said is true. Cheng Zhiyu's heart hammered in his chest. That's playing dirty. Cheng Zhiyu's Adam's apple bobbed. He cleared his throat. Well, maybe I should help you out. It can't be comfortable to sleep like that. In the end, Mo helped him out in return. Cheng Zhiyu truly did sleep in. He had worked until midnight, and his family, knowing he must be exhausted, didn't call him for breakfast. When he groggily woke up, the sky outside was already bright. He shifted and found Cheng Mo holding him tightly, like a giant stuffed animal. Cheng Zhiyu thought, no wonder I dreamt I was being squeezed by an octopus last night. He nudged Cheng Mo, who just hummed, Zhiyu, let's keep sleeping. I can't sleep anymore, Cheng Zhiyu said. Cheng Mo mumbled an affirmation, then continued to hug him. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Fine, I'll sleep a little longer. It's too cold outside anyway. He closed his eyes and drifted off again. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, Cheng Mo was awake and was kneading his hand. Seeing him awake, Cheng Mo smiled, brought his hand to his lips and kissed it. Zhiya's hands smell nice too. Cheng Zhiyu was baffled. He sniffed his own hand. It didn't smell like anything. I am hungry, Cheng Zhiyu said, getting out of bed. He went to the bathroom and picked up his toothbrush cup to get some water, only to find the water in the bucket had frozen solid. He had no choice but to go out and have Cheng Mo conjure a cup of water for him. He held the cup, brushing his teeth while looking outside. Everyone was quite diligent. The snow on the path looked like it had already been shoveled, though he could see that in some untouched spots, the snow was very deep, probably up to his thighs. The weather outside was still cold, feeling about the same as last night. Cheng Zhiyu frowned. This weather was truly inconvenient for everything. Many people in the base were worried as well. They had hoped the temperature would rise during the day as it had before, but they woke up to find that it was wishful thinking. It was still freezing. Although they no longer had to worry about freezing to death, they were concerned for the relatives they hadn't been able to contact. They didn't know how they were faring out there, or if they could survive such cold weather. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. When Cheng Zhiyu and Cheng Mo went downstairs, Mother Cheng offered to make them breakfast. No need, Cheng Zhiyu said. Mo and I can handle it. Hot food was perfect for a cold day, and Cheng Zhiyu was hungry and didn't want to make anything complicated. He decided on a simple rice soup. He put some rice in a pot, and when it was nearly cooked, he added some vegetables and seasonings. It was simple, but it tasted good. He also tossed a few sweet potatoes into the stove. After they finished their meal, he pulled the sweet potatoes out. He gave them a squeeze. They were just about perfectly roasted. He peeled back the blackened skin to reveal a soft interior that was as sweet as honey. Cheng Zhiyu took a bite. This variety of sweet potato is excellent. We should plant it again next year. Cheng Mo ate quickly. After finishing one, he listened to Cheng Zhiyu's instructions and took some of the roasted sweet potatoes to share with the others. It's so cold. Thank goodness for the mutated cotton, Tian Kaio said, taking a warm sweet potato and biting into it. His voice was muffled. Otherwise, even ability users would have a hard time surviving this, let alone ordinary people. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyu thought about how other places probably didn't have mutated cotton. He sighed softly. The most he could do was help everyone in his own base get through this crisis. As for everything else, he would just do what he could. After eating, Cheng Zhiyu worried about the little deer outside. Although it was a mutated beast, he didn't know if it could withstand this weather. He decided to go check on it with Cheng Mo. He also wanted to check on the Xiaohe River. Everyone was depending on it for water, and it would be a problem if it froze over. The others stayed behind. The weather was cold enough to freeze car engines solid. Cheng Zhiyu had Cheng Mo, so he wouldn't have to walk, but anyone else would have. It was better for them not to follow. They arrived outside the base. No one had cleared the area, so the snow was particularly thick. Riding on Dahai's back, Cheng Zhiyu reached the little deer's den in no time. The little deer heard the commotion and bleated excitedly upon seeing Cheng Zhiyu. Then it noticed Dahai. It was wary at first, but soon seemed to recognize a familiar scent and relaxed. The deer ran up to Cheng Zhiyu and nuzzled against him, then stared at Dahai with wide, curious eyes. Yo-yo. The deer seemed to ask. Friend, why did you turn into a dog? Unfortunately, neither of them could understand what it was saying. Seeing the little deer constantly getting close to Cheng Zhiyu, Cheng Mo found it an eyesore. With a paw as large as a man's palm, he shoved the deer away. The little deer, sent spinning like a top, was bewildered. Cheng Zhiyu pinched Dahai's ear. Why are you so mean? Dahai whined affectionately and rubbed against Cheng Zhiyu. Who could resist such a big dog acting so cute? Cheng Zhiyu's heart instantly softened. The little deer seemed to have collected itself and quickly ran over. Before Cheng Zhiyu could feel guilty, the deer bleated excitedly at Dahai. Although neither of them could understand it, they deciphered its meaning from its actions and expression. Again. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Well now, the little deer thought Dahai was playing with it. When Dahai ignored the deer, it just kept bleating insistently. Finally, Dahai lost his patience and pushed it away with his paw. The little deer went spinning like a top again for several turns. Then it ran back over. Yo-yo. Again. Dahai was speechless. He started ignoring the deer completely. Cheng Zhiyu chuckled and took out a raw sweet potato, asking the deer if it wanted some. The deer sniffed it, took a bite, and began to happily shake its head and tail. It clearly loved sweet potatoes. Cheng Zhiyu fed it a few more pieces. Seeing that the deer was in good spirits and seemed unaffected by the cold, Cheng Zhiyu felt relieved. He swept the snow off the roof of the shelter he had built for the deer to prevent it from collapsing under the weight. As for the Xiaohe River, perhaps because it was fed by groundwater and was constantly flowing, it hadn't frozen much. There was only a thin layer of ice on the surface, which wouldn't affect the base's water supply. That set Cheng Zhiyu's mind at ease. Before they left, the little deer bleated, as if asking them not to go just yet. Then, it used its ability to pull several plump fish out of the water. Cheng Zhiyu didn't know when they had appeared. There weren't any in the river before. It was probably because they had been cleaning the river regularly, improving the water quality. The 3 large, fat fish landed on the bank, and within moments, were frozen solid by the extreme cold. The little deer pushed the fish towards them. Yo-yo. A gift for you. Cheng Zhiyu understood its intention and accepted the fish. Thank you, little one. The little deer narrowed its eyes, nuzzled Cheng Zhiyu, and was promptly sent spinning again by Dahai's paw. The little deer. That was fun. After bidding the deer farewell, Cheng Zhiyu sat on Dahai's back and complained, "Do you have to be so childish?" Dahai snorted. My beast form affects me. It makes me childish. Cheng Zhiyu was rendered speechless. And you're so shameless about it. But then he remembered what Cheng Mo had told him before, that in the beast race galaxy, some beastmen would get drunk and go wild in their beast forms. All right, he was starting to believe Cheng Mo's claim that one's beast form affected their intelligence. Cheng Mo had put it delicately, but that was the gist of it. Cheng Zhiyu buried his face in Dahai's warm, thick fur and mumbled, "When we get back, these fish will be perfect for making soup. Fish soup is perfect for such cold weather." Upon their return, Cheng Zhiyu had Cheng Mo gut and clean the fish, then he got busy making the soup. He first marinated the fish to prevent any fishy taste, then pan-fried it in hot oil until both sides were golden brown. After that, he added hot water and a little salt, letting it simmer slowly. The soup that resulted was a creamy, milky white and tasted exceptionally fresh. It only needed to simmer for about 15 minutes. It's a pity we don't have any tofu, Cheng Zhiyu thought. Adding some would be nice. But they had already planted soybeans, and once they matured, they could make their own. He just didn't know if the mutated crops could grow normally in this weather. The fish soup was ready soon. Cheng Zhiyu used a slotted spoon to filter out the bones. He had also added ginger, which gave the soup a slight spiciness that warmed him up after just a few sips. Cheng Mo especially loved it, drinking an entire large basin. "This is delicious. There are no bones. That's because I filtered them all out. The big dog really doesn't like bones." But then, Cheng Zhiyu glanced at Cheng Mo's stomach. "After drinking so much soup, will you still have room for rice?" Cheng Mo replied, "I can still eat a few bowls." Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. After the apocalypse, once the major bases were established, they developed methods of communication. Xiaohe Base had acquired a communicator to contact other bases a few months ago. After they first got in touch with Xiaohe Base, Xiaohe had told them they could apply for one. Otherwise, sending people back and forth to deliver messages was far too troublesome. With the heavy snow, the communicator proved its worth. Cheng Zhiyu learned about the situation in the other major bases, and none of it was good. The blizzard had blanketed the locations of nearly half of all the bases. They had large populations, and unlike Xiaohe Base, they didn't have mutated cotton. The snowfall had caused many people to freeze to death. The southern regions that didn't get snow weren't much better off. They were likely affected by the cold fronts from other areas, and the temperature in the southern bases had also dropped significantly. They were only slightly better off than the northern bases, but their situation was still grim. The current consensus among the major bases was to organize mutual rescue efforts. Bases in better condition, those that could provide heating, were asked to see if they could take in people from other bases. The leader of Xiaohe Base said, several of the smaller bases were already short on resources. This snowstorm has only made things worse for them. A few have already announced their disbandment. Now, their former residents have nowhere to go. We need to see if anyone can take in some of them. Base as representative replied, "If we could, sir, we certainly would. But you're aware of everyone's situation. Our resources aren't even enough for our own people. We really can't afford to take in any more." Base BS representative added, "Exactly. It's not that we're unwilling. Everyone is struggling. It pains me to see so many people freeze to death every day. If I could help, I certainly would." Base CS representative sighed. "Our situation is even worse. We have dozens of people crammed into one room, strangers, men and women all mixed together. At least they can huddle together for warmth, right?" Base DS representative chimed in, "But I've heard those small bases have some powerful ability users. Taking some in would be beneficial for our own development." "Of course we understand that," said Base BS representative. "If we were able to accept them, we would have already. We're truly powerless. Xiaohe Base can currently accept a maximum of 10,000 people," the Xiaohe leader announced. "Any more than that, and we'll be overloaded." Another base, which had a coal mine, also spoke up. "We can also take 10,000, but let's be clear. Once they arrive, they won't freeze to death, but we can't guarantee food and water." An official representative said, "Thank you to both bases. In the current situation, being able to take in 10,000 people is already remarkable." After a pause, he called out several other major bases by name. What's going on with you all? This is a time of crisis. I know it's not easy for anyone, but if you can take in even one person, you might be saving a life. This is the apocalypse. Every person who survives is another sliver of hope. Figure it out. This time, there's a hard requirement. You will complete it whether you like it or not. With the matter put so bluntly, the other major bases could no longer prevaricate. They had to listen to the officials from above. Otherwise, applying for resources in the future would become difficult. Finally, they relented and stated their positions, though they could only accept a few thousand people each, 5,000 at most, and as few as 1,000 or 2,000. Listening to the conversation, Cheng Zhiyu felt a stir of interest. The other major bases didn't lack people, but his did. He tapped his finger on the table. We can take 1,000 people. 1,000 was the smallest number offered, but he had no choice. Xiaohe Base was small, with a total population of just over 2,000. The number was the result of a serious discussion He had with Lin Kang. First, the number of new people couldn't exceed the original population of Xiaohe Base. Second, the remaining houses within the new walls, built for the people from the gully, could accommodate at most 1,000 more people. Moreover, their current food reserves could easily support an additional 1,000 people without any pressure. Any more than that would be impossible. The official paused. Xiaohe Base. If he remembered correctly, it was a very small base. Some of the bases that had disbanded after the blizzard had been larger than Xiaohe Base. Cheng Zhiyu heard someone mutter, "Suck up." The officials were clearly anxious to place people, so in their eyes, a tiny base like Xiaohe, not only asking for no help, but offering to take people in could only be seen as trying to curry favor. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. Beside him, Cheng Mo's eyes narrowed, as if he was preparing to remotely assassinate the person who had spoken. There weren't many major bases, but small ones like Xiaohe Base were as common as ox hair. Some were even family businesses. A family with some resources would open a base, but they were often chaotic and poorly managed. Lost in the crowd, Xiaohe Base didn't stand out. The official was now searching through a corner of his files for the data Xiaohe Base had submitted about the blizzard. He froze. During this blizzard, Xiaohe Base reported only one person injured. Yeah, that person fell while walking and broke a bone. The person on the other end was silent. The official frowned. At a time like this, it is imperative that you report the situation accurately. You cannot conceal the truth, he said sternly. Clearly, he suspected Xiaohe Base was hiding the real numbers. Cheng Zhiyu explained the situation with the mutated cotton. Another base leader chimed in, "You mean mutated cotton that generates heat?" The leader of Base B added, "If that's true, then it makes sense no one froze to death." Base CS leader asked, "Are you selling that mutated cotton?" The cotton itself isn't for sale, but the seeds are. Xiaohe Base had saved a large number of seeds from this harvest. Their base couldn't possibly use them all, so selling them was the better option. Great. It'll take 10,000 pounds. The leader from Base A exclaimed. Bah! Have you no shame? Retorted the leader of Base B. You think it's all for you. I want 10,000 pounds too. I think you're both shameless, said the leader of Base C. I've never even heard of this Xiaohe Base. How could they possibly have that many seeds? It'll take 5,000 pounds. Cheng Zhiyu scratched his cheek. We only have 5,000 pounds in total. He suddenly realized that while this was a huge amount for Xiaohe Base, it was a paltry sum for these large bases. A single one of them could buy the entire stock. Sure enough, the other leaders began to complain about how small the amount was, yet in the same breath, they were clamoring, "It'll take 2,000 pounds. Give me 3,000. Cheng Zhiyu seized the opportunity to advertise. We have other seeds as well. Other seeds? Asked the leader from Base A. I just want the mutated cotton. Cheng Zhiyu listed the seeds they had available. They could only spare some of their wheat and sweet potato seeds, as they needed to keep enough for their own base's consumption. The rest could be used to trade for resources Xiaohe Base lacked. They also had Chinese cabbage, lettuce, and alfalfa seeds. The leader of Base A immediately changed his tune. "I'll take some of the wheat and sweet potato seeds." The leader of Base B shot back, "You crafty bastard. I want some too." The leader of Cheng Base got to the point. "Mr. Cheng, what are your prices for these seeds?" But whether it was cotton, wheat, sweet potatoes, or even the vegetables, they were all scarce resources right now. They would take them, no matter the price. They just couldn't figure out how such a small base had managed to acquire so many seeds from mutated plants. The seeds cultivated by their own plant ability users only yielded a small patch of crops. Never mind selling them, it wasn't even enough to feed themselves. Moreover, the mutations were often bizarre. Some of the rice they planted actually mutated to be seedless. What the hell? You eat the grains of the rice. With no grains, what were they supposed to eat? The husks. But they couldn't blame the ability users. After all, plant ability users had no control over the direction of mutations, and not all mutations were beneficial. Therefore, under these circumstances, seeds with beneficial mutations were exceptionally rare. It was no wonder everyone started scrambling for them without even asking the price. Cheng Zhiyu had already decided on the terms. Right now, we're mainly in need of crystal cores, medical supplies, and daily necessities. They needed daily necessities, too. Cheng Zhiyu had recently seen someone whose hair was extremely greasy, and his clothes were covered in dirty patches. When he suggested the man pay a bit more attention to his personal hygiene, the man had replied helplessly that he had no laundry detergent or shampoo at home. There was nothing he could do. He even mentioned he was out of toothpaste and hadn't brushed his teeth in months. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. True, when people were struggling for food and water, such things weren't a priority. But now that they had the chance to trade with the larger bases, they should get what they could. As far as he knew, many people in the base were in the same boat. Regardless, personal hygiene was still something they needed to address. Crystal cores and daily necessities were easy enough. The large bases had plenty of crystal cores, and they even had their own factories for producing daily goods, so those weren't an issue either. Medical supplies, on the other hand, weren't exactly plentiful even for the large bases. If possible, they would much rather trade with crystal cores and daily necessities. Cheng Zhiyu heard this and thought, absolutely not. We're short on medical supplies too, okay. So he stated that the trade must include a certain proportion of medical supplies, along with the crystal cores and daily goods. Hearing this, the leader of Base B decided to try and pressure Cheng Zhiyu, seeing that Xiaohe Base was just a small settlement. "Little Cheng, it's not my place to say, but you know how scarce medical supplies are these days. Aren't you making things difficult for us? What's the point of hoarding those seeds? Bring them out so we can use them to save more people." "Ah, young man, you need to look at the bigger picture." Cheng Zhiyu inwardly scoffed. This was the same guy from Base B who had just been the most adamant about not taking in more survivors. Taking advantage of the audio-only communicator, he rolled his eyes, but his tone remained polite. "You have a point. If it's too difficult for you." The leader of Base B was a slippery old fox. Seeing that Cheng Zhiyu was young and only the leader of a small base, he tried to push him around. Now, hearing what sounded like acquiescence, a smirk spread across his face. However, the next words weren't what he expected. Cheng Zhiyu didn't say they could forget about the medical supplies. Instead, he said, "If you can't provide the amount I am asking for, then we don't have a deal." The smile on the Base B leader's face froze. "What do you mean by that? You're not going to trade the seeds." Cheng Zhiyu accepted a cup of hot water from Cheng Mo and took a sip. "That's not it. Whoever can meet my requirements gets to trade. Besides, I don't have that many seeds to begin with. Don't you worry, they won't be sitting in my hands long enough to sprout." What a joke, he thought. The demand for these seeds far outstrips the supply. I have nothing to worry about. The other base leaders had remained silent, letting the man from Base B talk, wanting to see if Cheng Zhiyu was easy to manipulate. If he really agreed to forgo the medical supplies, that would be perfect for them. They wouldn't have to part with their own scarce resources. Everyone on the line was sharp. The leader from Base B was perhaps the only fool among them, and they had all been waiting for him to make the first move. Now that Cheng Zhiyu had made his stance clear, the others immediately understood. The leader from Xiaohe Base spoke up at once. Medical supplies are no problem. I'll take 2,000 pounds of the cotton seeds, 500 pounds each of the wheat and sweet potato, and 1,000 pounds of the lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa. How does that sound? There wasn't much of the wheat and sweet potato to begin with. After all, those seeds were food themselves. He only had 2,000 pounds of each. He had a bit more of the lettuce, Chinese cabbage, and alfalfa seeds, but still only 3,000 pounds in total. Cheng Zhiyu beamed. That works. Since Xiaohe Base was the first to agree to his terms, they deserved preferential treatment. Next, the leader from the base with the coal mine said he wanted a small amount of cotton seeds. Aside from heating, cotton could also be made into cloth. He also wanted 500 pounds of wheat and sweet potatoes, and another 500 pounds of the lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa seeds. Seeing that his request was modest and restrained, Cheng Zhiyu said, "Done." The other base leaders heard this and instantly panicked. Half of the wheat and sweet potato seeds were gone just like that. Fearing they'd be left with nothing, they all started clamoring for their share. Only the leaders from Xiaohe Base and the coal mine base breathed a sigh of relief, watching the others argue until they were red in the face. The major bases all had to cooperate with one another, so even though they hated to give each other face, they eventually had to grit their teeth, negotiate, and divide up the remaining stock. The leader of Base B also fought for a share. Cheng Zhiyu turned a blind eye to his previous attitude. He couldn't afford to truly alienate him. These seeds had netted them a significant amount of supplies. This was good business. He figured that, in the short term, the larger bases with their huge populations wouldn't be able to achieve self-sufficiency with seeds, which meant he could make a few more deals like this. At this thought, a smile spread across Cheng Zhiyu's face. "A pleasure doing business with you all," he said. The official representative had been silent throughout the entire exchange. The government only managed the bases in broad strokes, letting them develop on their own. Now that the negotiations were over, he spoke, his voice tinged with a smile. "Xiaohe Base is quite impressive. It seems you really do have the capacity to take in 1,000 people. After all, if they could afford to sell staple food crops like wheat and sweet potatoes, it meant they likely weren't short on food." Cheng Zhiyu offered a few humble words before adding, "However, regarding these 1,000 people, I do have a few requirements." Chapter 88. How come they're eating so well? The official paused. "Oh. What are your requirements? Go on." In truth, bases that were able to accept survivors were allowed to have requirements for selecting them. The officials didn't mind that. But it was also a cause for concern. These bases would certainly try to pick the most powerful ability users. What would happen to the less powerful ones and the ordinary people? For that reason, the officials also had their own requirement: to limit the ratio of ability users to ordinary people that bases could accept. The number of ordinary people couldn't fall below a certain percentage. The official wondered if perhaps Xiaohe Base, considering its relatively weak overall strength, wanted to recruit more powerful ability users. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Cheng Zhiyu say, "As for the ability users, they don't need to be exceptionally powerful, but they must be of good character. The same requirement applies to ordinary people. And if anyone comes to Xiaohe Base and violates our rules, we reserve the right to expel them." Xiaohe Base now conducted daily training for its ability users, and it was already showing considerable results. It proved that many ability users had potential that, for various reasons, had never been properly developed. Most bases only sought out the cream of the crop and wouldn't bother to specially train those with average abilities. However, with proper training, an ability user's strength wouldn't be weak. Cheng Zhiyu didn't expect them to be overwhelmingly strong. With more people, their combined combat effectiveness was a force to be reckoned with. Conversely, powerful ability users with character flaws would only cause trouble for the base. Their base was small. Unlike in a large base where powerful ability users would have to think twice before causing trouble, in a small one, it was inevitable that some would become arrogant, making them more likely to stir up conflict. Xiaohe Base was still in its development phase. What it needed were people who would follow the rules. The official was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled. It seemed this Cheng Zhiyu, despite his youth, was remarkably insightful. Given Xiaohe Base's current scale, it was indeed better to be cautious when it came to a person's character. That's fine, the government official said. All the bases will be sending people to choose. You can send a team over as well. Cheng Zhiyu agreed with a smile. It was best if they could send their own people, especially since they had Zhou Min, a human lie detector. They didn't have to worry about any problems. In the end, they agreed that Xiaohe Base would send a team to recruit 1,000 people. Xiaohe Base and the others would help transport them back, which would coincide nicely with the exchange of supplies between the two sides. After hanging up, Cheng Zhiyu had someone summon Zhou Min. A field mission. Zhou Min's eyes lit up. Great. I've been so bored lately. There's nothing to do since it started snowing. Pick a few people to go with you, Cheng Zhiyu said. Zhou Min nodded. His ability was a support type, so he needed to pick a few strong individuals. The ability users had been training well recently. In the end, Zhou Min chose Sun Yu, Han Ping, and Lin Kang, along with a female metal ability user from the ability user team to keep Sun Yu company. Lin Kang was very much looking forward to the mission. Finally, a chance to get out and see things. For one reason or another, whether by choice or by circumstance, he hadn't left Xiaohe Base since the apocalypse began. He was quite curious about the outside world. Because time was tight, they assembled the team and set out on the same day. The temporary outpost established by the government currently housed unaffiliated survivors who had not yet been accepted by any base. Most of them huddled together in tents for warmth, several people to a tent. The nights were the hardest to endure. In the morning, you might shake the person next to you only to find they'd already gone stiff. No one cried. They were already numb. In times like these, fire ability users were the most sought after, a resource everyone fought over. When word spread that the major bases were recruiting, a glimmer of hope finally appeared in everyone's eyes. I heard Xiaohe Base, Red Sun Dingyang. They all have people here, one person said excitedly. We should hurry and get in line. They have quotas, and once they've recruited enough people, they'll stop. Then we have to go now. Let's go, let's go. Someone passed a recruitment spot and saw the 4 words Xiaohe Base on the sign, muttering, which base is this? Never heard of it. Who knows? Probably a small one. The last base I was in was a small one. It disbanded a month after I joined. Big bases are more reliable. I don't want to be an unaffiliated survivor again. But their faces are rosy, and they look to be in high spirits. If they can still recruit under these conditions, they might be pretty strong. We just haven't heard of them. Maybe. We should go ask. A few of them went over and asked about Xiaohe Base's size and location. After hearing the answers, they lost interest instantly. This isn't a base, it's more like a village, right? They turned and walked away. Zhou Min, who had been about to ask them a question, was left speechless. He put down his pen, sighed, and picked up his thermos to take a sip of hot water. Well, we don't have a single person here. Don't worry, Han Ping said. Someone will come eventually. Zhou Min clicked his tongue. If we wait any longer, we'll just be getting the leftovers from the other bases. Lin Kang looked at the crowd and sighed. The main thing is that their character is good. The others are picking the powerful ability users first, and you can tell from the look in some of their eyes that they're not good people. Zhou Min nodded. Fine, he wouldn't rush it. Is it time for lunch? Sun Yu asked. After getting to know the group, her relationship with them had improved, and she was no longer so resistant to contact. Of course, she still felt a strong aversion to men. Her reminder made Zhou Min realize he was hungry too. Right, time to eat. The group enthusiastically started preparing their meal. Zhou Min took out meat, vegetables, and pre-steamed buns from their vehicle. All right, let's keep it simple since we're outside. 3 stir-fried dishes should do. The recruiter from the neighboring Xiaohe Base glanced over and fell silent. He looked down at the cold, hard biscuit he was gnawing on, which was as tough as a brick. Just a moment ago, he had been proud of it, savoring the envious glares from the crowd. An ability user had even asked him, "Can we eat biscuits if we go to Xiaohe Base?" He had rolled his eyes. This is made of white flour. In your dreams. The person had been very disappointed. But now, they all watched as Zhou Min's group stir-fried 3 dishes on the spot. Shredded potatoes with meat, chili with meat, and a red stir-fried cabbage. Why was the cabbage red? Zhou Min eagerly picked up a piece of the red cabbage and popped it into his mouth. A moment later, he felt a wave of warmth spread through him. He undid the top button of his cotton-padded coat, finally free from the stuffy feeling. As they were eating, an ability user walked over. You guys eat pretty well. Lin Kang looked up wary. Was this guy looking for trouble? Then the ability user asked, if I join your base, can I eat this well too? Lin Kang breathed a sigh of relief and answered honestly, you definitely can't have meat every day, but you can have your fill of steamed buns, and y'all get vegetables every few days. The ability user was instantly tempted. I also have my mother with me. She's an ordinary person. It's no problem for ordinary people to eat their fill either, Lin Kang said. By the way, does your mother have any skills? The ability user started to suspect the people from Xiaohe Base were bluffing. But as Lin Kang spoke, he noticed that the others ate their food without any sense of urgency or competition. It was clear this meal was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Damn it, who put ginger in the shredded potatoes? Zhou Min grumbled. The ability user stared. In this freezing weather, ginger is a rare commodity, you know. And this guy is complaining about it. Lin Kang looked at the ability user, who hadn't spoken for a while. The man snapped back to reality and thought hard. My mom can cook. After saying it, he seemed to feel that cooking wasn't a particularly noteworthy skill and scratched his head awkwardly. But then he saw Zhou Min staring at him with an excited expression. Your mom can cook. Is she good? Startled by his intense gaze, the ability user took half a step back. She's good. Before the apocalypse, my family ran a restaurant. Business was great. Relying on his mother's cooking, his family had been comfortably middle class before the apocalypse. But after it started, what good was being a good cook? Nobody could afford to eat anymore. Culinary skills were useless. Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Min slammed his hand on the table excitedly. A highly skilled talent. Quick, bring your mother over. Xiaohe Base would be very happy to have her join. Before they left, the head of the cafeteria had specifically told him to recruit some good cooks. In the past, people couldn't even get enough to eat, so they weren't picky about the taste. The cafeteria's food was just passable, not much better than what people made at home. But as things slowly improved, people would surely start caring more about flavor. The cafeteria head had been very forward-thinking. We need to do our part to earn contribution points, too. Think about it, who eats at the cafeteria now besides the employees? It's not just because they want to save a little, but also because the food isn't much better than what they can make themselves. If we can just recruit a few good cooks, how could the cafeteria not earn contribution points? Zhou Min had taken this to heart, because he often ate at the cafeteria himself, and, to be honest, the food was truly average. So right now, the cafeteria was in desperate need of culinary talent. "My mother is just an ordinary person," the ability user said after hearing all this. "Ordinary people with skills are our priority," Zhou Min replied. For a moment, the ability user wondered if Xiaohe Base would accept just anyone. But when he recalled the promise of being able to eat white flour steamed buns every day, he swallowed hard. Even though he was an ability user, at his previous base, he had worked himself to the bone every day. Forget white flour buns, even getting enough to eat was a problem because he was supporting his mother. The base had no jobs for ordinary people, so he had to provide for 2 people on his own. His mother had always felt she was holding him back. Once, she had even tried to kill herself. Many families of ability users eventually chose that path. Fortunately, he had come home just in time and stopped her, weeping. After that, his mother didn't try again, but she was never truly happy, her eyes always filled with a faint sorrow. It was a weight on the ability user's heart, but what could he do? Now, hearing that this base actually placed importance on his mother, the ability user clenched his fists. He decided to give it a try, if only for her sake. If it turned out to be a scam, he could always leave. It wasn't too late. One of the benefits of joining a small base was that leaving was much easier than at a large one. With that thought, the ability user said, "Wait here." He turned and headed for the cluster of tents nearby. As unaffiliated survivors, they had nowhere else to live and had been staying in tents for the past few days. In this freezing weather, a tent offered no real warmth. His mother was already in poor health, and the cold had left her frail and sickly. That was why he was so desperate to join a base. If he waited any longer, he was afraid his mother wouldn't make it. At that thought, his eyes burned. He walked up to his tent. He could feel several pairs of predatory eyes fixed on his tent. When they saw him return, the gazes quickly retreated. These people wanted to rob him. Among the survivors, his family was considered relatively well off, as they at least had a quilt. Though the quilt was dirty and torn, in this cold, it was still a resource everyone coveted. He opened a small slit in the tent flap and slipped inside quickly to prevent the warmth from escaping, though the tent itself offered little protection from the wind. A middle-aged woman was wrapped in the quilt, her lips slightly blue. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. "Wenin, did you find a base?" "Don't worry about me. If you find a base with good conditions, you should just go." Ning Wenin had heard this countless times. "Mom, stop saying that," he said. "Come with me." Mother Ning was stunned. "Go where?" Ning Wenin smiled. "To the new base. They want to recruit you." "Don't lie to me." Mother Ning trembled. "I am just an ordinary person. Why would they want to recruit me?" Previously, when Ning Wenin had approached other bases, they were unwilling to take him once they heard he had a burden with him. They said they would only take him, which of course, Ning Wenin refused. After realizing she was holding her son back, Mother Ning had cried in secret. As Ning Wenin packed their things, he said, "It's true. They heard you're a good cook and want to recruit you." "Why would I lie? They didn't even say they'd recruit me. If you don't believe it, just come and see." Mother Ning forced a smile. She didn't believe it in her heart, but she nodded anyway. The two of them didn't have many belongings, all packed into a broken bucket with a hole in it. The tent was provided by the officials. If they joined a base, they would have to return it. Ning Wenin packed up the tent and led his mother toward the Xiaohe Base recruitment spot. Because Mother Ning's legs were stiff and aching terribly from the cold, she walked very slowly. Over at the Xiaohe Base reception area, Zhou Min was staring at the shredded potato and pork stir-fry, trying to pick out the ginger slices. It was utterly useless. He couldn't tell them apart at all. Annoyed, he looked at Han Ping. "Why'd you put so much ginger in this?" Han Ping smiled good-naturedly. "It's cold. Ginger warms you up." Lin Kang picked up a large portion with his chopsticks. "I think it's delicious." Zhou Min was speechless. He sighed, hoping that the man from before hadn't been lying. They needed to hurry up and recruit a good cook to start work immediately. Han Ping's cooking skills were strange. He was great at complex dishes, but when it came to simple, home-style meals like this, the flavor was just average. And to make matters worse, the rest of them were even worse cooks than Han Ping. But they were out in the open, surrounded by so many people who couldn't even afford to eat. It would be too much to have Han Ping make something complicated. The aroma might just kill someone with envy. Though their current meal was already making people drool. Zhou Min could already feel it. The people from Xiaohe Base next to them had been frequently glancing over ever since they started eating. One of them was an acquaintance of Zhou Min's, an ability user named Zhang Tai, whom he'd known back at Xiaohe Base. When the Xiaohe Base team first arrived, Zhang Tai had come over to mock Zhou Min. "Look at you. You wouldn't stay at a big base like Xiaohe. I thought you were off to some great place, but you ended up at... What's it called? Xiaohe Base. Tusk, never even heard of it." Zhou Min rolled his eyes, not about to put up with him. True, Xiaohe Base can't compare to Xiaohe Base. But from the looks of it, you aren't doing so great yourself. Just look at what you're wearing. Tusk. Ah, how pitiful. Zhang Tai was wearing several layers of clothes, some with torn sleeves. Clearly, for the sake of warmth, he had put on every piece of clothing he owned. In contrast, Zhou Min was dressed respectably in a matching padded cotton jacket and cotton shoes. Although the clothes were simple, they looked very warm, so warm, in fact, that Zhou Min had his wrists exposed to cool down. The other members from Xiaohe Base were dressed the same way, almost like they were wearing a uniform. Zhang Tai's expression immediately soured. He figured these clothes must be something Xiaohe Base had scraped together with all its might just to make a good impression, hoping to attract people to their base. So what if they can wear them now? They'll definitely have to turn them in when they get back. However, what Zhang Tai was unwilling to admit was that even if he could only wear them for a few days, he was still very envious. Their clothes were not only warm, but also clean. Meanwhile, he had clumsily thrown on several layers that weren't even that warm, were dirty in some spots, and even had holes. Standing in front of Zhou Min, he felt utterly shabby by comparison. He hadn't felt this way before, because everyone else dressed the same, and he was actually considered one of the more presentable ones. He knew someone whose pants had a large hole in the seat, and with no fabric to patch it, they just had to wear another layer underneath. Anyway, their underpants and outer pants were both so black they'd become the same color, so you couldn't really tell unless you looked closely. But compared to the respectable-looking group from Xiaohe Base, it was as if they were the ones from a small base. That was one thing, but now they were being even more outrageous. The 5 of them were actually eating 3 dishes, 3 whole dishes. Had they lost their minds? Even his own team leader was swallowing his saliva frequently. Just then, Zhang Tai's expression was complicated as he walked over, his tone sour. "Zhou Min, you must be eating through all your supplies for the next few days. Are you that confident you'll recruit enough people today? You'll be kicking yourself when you have nothing left to eat on the way back." Zhou Min's gaze toward Zhang Tai turned a bit sympathetic. He decided not to provoke him further. The guy's situation was just too miserable. He himself had already forgotten that he, too, used to live such a wretched life. Things were better at the beginning of the apocalypse when you could still scavenge for supplies. Now, basically all searchable supplies had been found. On top of that, the land could no longer grow ordinary seeds, making grain even rarer. Xiaohe Base was having a harder time now than when he left, and it was a large base. There was no need to even mention the smaller ones. Seeing that Zhou Min was ignoring him, Zhang Tai was about to say something else, but then Ning Wenin arrived, supporting his mother. Zhou Min's eyes lit up. He quickly went back to the table and sat down. "Ah, this must be Auntie, right? Auntie, what style of cuisine do you cook?" Mother Ning hadn't expected them to actually ask about her cooking. She lowered her head, feeling a bit awkward. "I don't really have a specific style. Just some home-cooked dishes." Home-cooked dishes are great. If they're delicious, you're exactly who we need. Zhou Min hadn't forgot that this auntie used to run a small restaurant. Being able to run a restaurant with home-style cooking meant her food must be good. The cafeteria really did need someone good at making everyday meals. They weren't at a stage where they could afford elaborate feasts every day. I am good at making home-cooked dishes. Mother Ning had been observing the people from Xiaohe Base. Although her son had said it was a small base, these people had rosy complexions and were dressed much better than people from other bases. Their food was plentiful and had a lot of oil in it, which they didn't seem to mind at all, indicating that they normally ate very well. Having run a restaurant before, Mother Ning was quite observant. She immediately assessed the general situation of Xiaohe Base. Maybe they'd really stumbled upon a diamond in the rough. She did her best to present herself well. All right, you can give it a try later. Zhou Min saw that the auntie looked sickly and didn't have the heart to make her cook right away. It was better to let her rest. Besides, he was a human lie detector. He knew she wasn't lying. Congratulations, you've been accepted into our Xiaohe Base, Zhou Min said with a smile. Hearing this, Sun Yu glanced at Mother Ning, got up, and went to their truck. A moment later, he returned with a bag of cotton and fabric and handed it to her. Auntie, when you have time, you can make yourself some clothes. The base didn't have many finished garments, so giving those away was impossible. They had decided to give new members cotton and fabric to make their own. They needed to get into clothes made from mutated cotton as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they caught a cold or something before heading back, it would be troublesome and require medicine. Xiaohe Base was short on medical supplies, but thankfully, they would be able to trade for a good amount this time. Mother Ning was startled. Her eyes widened, and looking at her own dirty hands, she didn't dare to take it. This is for me. Yes, everyone who joins the base gets some. Sun Yu was quite patient with women. Seeing Mother Ning's awkwardness, he explained, as long as you stay with the base, it's yours. Of course, if you decide to leave, you'll have to return it to us. After all, Xiaohe Base wasn't a group of suckers. What if someone tried to scam them for supplies, only to leave the base right after? As it turned out, they were overthinking it. A base that was generous enough to give such good things to new members, who would ever want to leave? They would rather die in Xiaohe Base. Everyone around was watching the commotion, their eyes glued to the cotton and fabric. Mother Ning swallowed hard, quickly wiped her hands on her clothes, and carefully took the fabric-wrapped bundle of cotton. The moment it touched her hands, she felt warmth. Why is it warm? And why is the cotton red? Mother Ning unconsciously hugged it tighter. It was so warm. Sun Yu noticed many people looking their way and deliberately said loudly, "This is mutated cotton. It generates heat. You don't need much. Just a thin layer inside your clothes is enough to keep you very warm. It's what we're all wearing." Whoosh, as if water had been thrown into a pot of hot oil, the crowd erupted. Mutated cotton that could generate heat. Even ordinary cotton was rare enough, but this was mutated cotton. A resource that other bases fought over, and Xiaohe Base gave it to new members right away. Damn it, if that was the case, why bother joining a big base? They might as well go to Xiaohe Base. Everyone exchanged glances. People who were originally lining up behind the bigger bases all rushed over to the Xiaohe Base spot. In an instant, the area in front of Xiaohe Base's reception point was packed with people. Zhou Min's grin was so wide it almost split his face. Although their requirements for ability users weren't high, he wasn't willing to take the leftovers from other bases. Since they were offering such great conditions, of course they had the right to be a little picky. Lin Kang maintained order. Form a proper line. We won't accept anyone who doesn't line up. The officials had organized this recruitment event and naturally sent their own ability users to maintain discipline, so there was no need to worry about chaos breaking out. Someone tried to cut in line, but Lin Kang asked the officials to drive them away. Seeing this, the people behind them fell into line obediently. Ning Wenin was still in a daze when his mother jabbed him. "Hurry up and register." Ning Wenin finally snapped out of it. Luckily, he was already at the reception desk, so he quickly went to register. Ning Wenin was quite confident about joining Xiaohe Base. With his ability level, any base would want him. It was only because he had been considering his mother that he hadn't joined another base before. Now that his mother had been accepted by Xiaohe Base, Ning Wenin was relieved. He puffed out his chest confidently, waiting for them to ask about his ability's attribute and level. Instead, Zhou Min glanced at him and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Ning Wenin started to answer, "I am a level 4, huh?" "Yes, I have." Zhou Min's brow furrowed. Ning Wenin grew nervous. "Wait, why aren't they following the script? You seem honest enough. So why did you kill someone?" Zhou Min asked. Ning Wenin's expression grew grim at the question. "That man. When I wasn't around, he was going to eat my mom. He'd captured several other people, and he'd eaten people before. So I killed him." Zhou Min's face softened. A justifiable reason. But once you join our base, you have to live peacefully. When you run into problems, don't immediately resort to violence. Try finding an administrator. Given your situation, we'll still have to observe you after you join." Beside him, Mother Ning was incredibly tense. Hearing this, she quickly said, "Sir, my son is a good person, he had no other choice." Zhou Min nodded. "I am not saying we won't accept him, but I have to make the rules clear." Ning Wenin nodded, not feeling offended. He wasn't a violent person. He would much prefer a place where everyone could coexist peacefully. "Right, what's your ability, and what level are you?" Zhou Min finally asked. By now, any pride Ning Wenin might have had was gone. Xiaohe Base was different from the others. Ability level wasn't their top priority. He answered honestly, "Ice element level 4." Zhou Min raised an eyebrow. That was almost on par with Tian Kaio. If he weren't supporting his mother, Ning Wenin could certainly be living a much better life. Zhou Min wrote down Ning Wenin's name and basic information. "All right, congratulations on joining Xiaohe Base." As he finished speaking, Lin Kang handed Ning Wenin a bundle of mutated cotton wrapped in cloth. Ning Wenin took it, feeling the warmth of the package, and felt a bit dazed. He didn't know why, but he was extraordinarily excited to be joining Xiaohe Base. He also felt a sense of relief, as if they finally had a place to settle down. Ning Wenin set up their tent next to the Xiaohe Base reception point. Mother Ning's face, usually etched with worry, finally broke into a joyful smile. She opened the bundle, and a wave of heat instantly washed over her. Despite the freezing weather, her face felt flushed from the warmth. Sun Yu gave her a needle and a length of thread, enough to sew 2 sets of clothes. The needle had to be returned after use. Mother Ning beamed as she began to sew. Perhaps because she now had hope, her spirits were much higher. Ning Wenin watched her, the smile on his own face widening. A voice came from outside. "May I come in?" Recognizing Sun Yu's voice, Mother Ning quickly replied, "Yes, please come in." Sun Yu entered and handed Mother Ning 2 steamed buns. "Have something to eat." Mother Ning stared at the plump, white buns, imagining she could smell the fragrant flour. She subconsciously swallowed and quickly waved her hands. No, I can't take these." "This isn't a handout," Sun Yu explained. "The base is giving them to you on credit. Once you get to the base and earn contribution points, we'll deduct the cost from your earnings." Hearing this, Mother Ning hesitated, mainly afraid she wouldn't be able to pay it back. These were white flour buns. Who knew how expensive they were? If she took them, would she be saddled with a huge debt the moment she arrived at the base? Sensing her concern, Sun Yu said, "If you can become a cook in the cafeteria, you'll earn 10 contribution points a day. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for half a kilogram of white flour or 3/4 of a kilogram of wheat. These 2 buns are worth 1 contribution point." Or you can just steam some buns and return them to us later. Xiaohe Base had no shortage of wheat right now, so the price of wheat and flour had plummeted. Mother Ning's eyes went wide. 3/4 of a kilogram of wheat a day. Although her son's appetite had grown immense since he became an ability user, and it might not be enough for both of them, compared to the days of breaking a single black bun into pieces and daring to eat only one bite a day, this was simply heaven. Besides, her son would definitely work too. She certainly couldn't eat that much wheat on her own, so she could even save some. Her hesitation vanished instantly. Feeling as if she'd struck it rich, she accepted the buns. Though they were frozen solid, they were made of white flour and smelled wonderful. "Thank you, miss." "What's your name?" Mother Ning asked, looking at Sun Yu with gratitude. Sun Yu stated her name, looking a little uncomfortable, and turned to leave. Ning Wenin, who had been listening with growing excitement, saw her about to go and quickly asked, "Hello, what about me? What kind of work can I do?" Sun Yu was much colder toward him. "I don't know." "Huh?" Ning Wenin was taken aback. Sun Yu frowned. "I said I don't know." With that, she left. Ning Wenin was left speechless. Mother Ning chuckled. "It's all right, son. You can look for something when we get there. Mom will support you." The moment she said it, she froze, and then her smile grew even wider. It was wonderful. She wasn't a useless burden anymore. She could finally say something like that. Ning Wenin scratched his head and smiled as well. As an ability user, he would definitely earn more than his mother, but he was still happy to hear her say those words. Outside, some of the people further back in the line had overheard Zhou Min's questions and realized what Xiaohe Base valued most in its recruits. The honest and decent ones were happy to hear it, but some others felt a sour taste in their mouths. They realized they couldn't tell the truth, or they would be screened out. As expected, when Zhou Min asked the next person, "Have you ever done anything bad?" the person shook their head. Number Zhou Min frowned and waved a hand. "Next." The man instantly flew into a rage. "You only asked me one question. On what grounds are you rejecting me?" Zhou Min tusked. "You know perfectly well whether you're lying or not." He raised his voice for everyone to hear. "Our Xiaohe Base is different from other bases. We value character and personal integrity. Not only did you lie, but you've also done bad things. We don't want people like you." "You?" Realizing his chances were gone, the man actually tried to use his ability to cause trouble. Standing nearby, Sun Yu narrowed her eyes. The man let out a pained scream. A large patch of skin and flesh on his hand had been corroded away, revealing the bone underneath. Sun Yu said coldly, "Troublemakers get lost." The man swallowed hard. Seeing that the officials were approaching, he finally felt a flicker of fear. He shot Sun Yu a venomous glare before scrambling away. Zhou Min gave her a thumbs up. "So cool, sis." Sun Yu gave him a flat look and said nothing. Not far away, Ning Wenin witnessed the scene and shrank back. Just a moment ago, he had been wondering if he had somehow offended Sun Yu, given her terrible attitude toward him. Now, by comparison, he suddenly felt she had treated him quite well. After that little incident, no one else dared to cause trouble. Even if they weren't accepted by Xiaohe Base, they could still try their luck at other bases. If they made a scene, they might get blacklisted and rejected everywhere. The loss would far outweigh the gain. Word seemed to have spread about the favorable conditions at Xiaohe Base, because everyone started lining up. Zhou Min was pleased, estimating that they could recruit enough people in 2 days and head back early. By then, the major bases that cooperated with Xiaohe should have also finished their recruitment. They could send people to travel back with them. Although these large bases were recruiting far more people than Xiaohe Base, they filled their quotas quickly. The moment people heard the names of those bases, they scrambled to sign up without any need for promotion. Large bases like Kang were incredibly efficient. They would simply ask about a person's ability level and check their eyesight before accepting them on the spot. Xiaohe Base, in contrast, asked a lot more questions. But the benefits Xiaohe Base offered were tangible. New members were immediately given mutated cotton and cloth. In the midst of a widespread blizzard, even regular cotton was a precious commodity, let alone self-heating mutated cotton. Some powerful ability users with families were more inclined to join Xiaohe Base. They could see that the base treated ordinary people well, which meant they wouldn't have to worry about their families being bullied while they were out on missions. As a result, a steady stream of people came to sign up at the Xiaohe Base booth. On the morning of the third day, Zhou Min wrote down the 1,001st number and announced, "We have enough people." The 1,000th person had brought a family member. After a brief discussion, Zhou Min and the others decided to accept them. It was just one extra person. There was no need to be so rigid. Those who had been envious of the supplies Xiaohe was giving out, but felt that a larger base was more reliable, suddenly grew anxious. "What do you mean, Yurei, not recruiting anymore? How many have you even taken?" Lin Kang replied with a smile, "Apologies, but Xiaohe Base is relatively small. We are responding to the official call to provide shelter for everyone, but our capacity is limited. We can accept a maximum of 1,000 people. We've reached our quota and have been reminding those in line. Please don't queue up anymore." The people at the back were speechless. They had heard the reminders, but they had assumed Xiaohe Base was just saying that to make them nervous and rush to sign up. Who would have thought it was actually true? The ones who had been hesitating suddenly felt they had missed a golden opportunity. They tried to persuade the recruiters to take a few more, arguing that a few extra people wouldn't make a difference. But of course, that was impossible. They had to stick to their word. They were representing the base. If its policies were inconsistent, what would others think of them? Zhou Min reminded them, the other big bases are almost full, too. If you don't go now. Before he could finish, the crowd reacted instantly. Forgetting about arguing, they rushed to queue at the other major bases. It was one thing to miss out on joining Xiaohe Base, but if their haggling resulted in all the other bases filling up and leaving them with nowhere to go, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Zhou Min smirked. Amateurs. He wasn't lying, though. That afternoon, the other bases successively announced that they had reached their recruitment goals. They split into two groups. One group would lead the new recruits back to their respective bases, while the other would follow Zhou Min's team to Xiaohe Base to trade for supplies. Before they departed, Zhang Tai uncharacteristically sought out Zhou Min, his face a mask of conflict. Zhou Min shot him a look of utter disdain. "If you have something to say, just say it. Can you stop beating around the bush?" Zhang Tai hemmed and hawed for a long moment before finally speaking. "So, is the treatment at your base really that good? Can even ordinary people eat their fill?" Zhou Min raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Would I say it if it wasn't true? That would be false advertising." Zhang Tai still felt they were exaggerating. How could that be possible? He was from Xiaohe Base, an ability user who spent his days killing either zombies or mutated beasts. If he was lucky enough to take down a mutated beast, he could eat well for a few days, but luck like that didn't come often. The easy-to-kill, mutated beasts were all gone. The ones left were tough, and you had to risk your life to kill them. Risking your life just for a full meal wasn't worth it. More often than not, they completed tasks assigned by the base. Since the pre-apocalypse food supply was basically gone, the rations they could exchange for completing missions were dwindling. Sometimes, after a full day of exhausting work, the food they earned was only enough to fill them up to 70 or 80%. Moreover, the food wasn't even good. The white flour they had now was something even his superiors couldn't get their hands on, let alone him. What they ate were steamed buns made with some unknown filler. Not only were they hard, but they also scratched your throat on the way down and were difficult to digest. He had been constipated for quite a while. And this was his situation as an ability user. If it was this bad for him, he couldn't even imagine how it was for ordinary people. ordinary people could only do manual labor. For a full day of backbreaking work, they could exchange it for half a rock-hard, throat-scratching steamed bun, just barely enough to keep them alive. Xiaohe Base was considered one of the better ones. At least people rarely starved to death. Other bases were in much worse shape, where people dying of hunger was a daily occurrence. All their hopes were pinned on the plant ability users, praying they would soon cultivate seeds that could adapt to the post-apocalyptic soil. He had thought everyone was living like this, but then he heard that at Xiaohe Base, everyone, ability user or not, was given mutated cotton and fabric to make their own winter clothes as soon as they joined. And they got a white flour steamed bun with every meal. Even though they had to get it on credit, it was a white flour steamed bun. When Zhang Tai saw someone holding a white flour bun, chewing it slowly and deliberately, he was so envious he nearly snatched it away. He had seen Zhou Min and the others eating well before and assumed they were just putting up a front. But even their front consisted of white flour steamed buns and 3 side dishes. Meat wasn't as rare as flour and vegetables, since you could hunt mutated beasts, but flour and vegetables were currently non-renewable resources. Zhang Tai hadn't eaten a fresh vegetable since the apocalypse began. He was dying from the craving. When he heard that just joining Xiaohe Base meant getting white flour steamed buns, his composure completely shattered. It wasn't just him. Everyone else felt the same way. Hearing that he was acquainted with Zhou Min, they sent him over to get more information. Now, after Zhou Min spoke and saw the disbelief on his face, he picked his teeth. Believe it or not, all I know is, ever since I joined up with Leader Cheng, I haven't gone hungry once. Zhang Tai wanted to call his bluff, but looking at Zhou Min's fair, rosy complexion, he couldn't bring himself to say it. When the opportunity to exchange supplies with Xiaohe Base came up, he had volunteered for the mission specifically to expose Zhou Min's lies. He refused to believe that everyone else at the base could be in such high spirits. If the others looked to be in poor shape, it would prove Zhou Min was bragging. He didn't know what they were going to Xiaohe Base to trade for. His superiors hadn't said. They were given a communicator and would receive instructions upon arrival. Zhang Tai was still fantasizing. Could it be for grain? It looks like Xiaohe Base still has white flour. In truth, going to Xiaohe Base wasn't a desirable task. In this freezing weather, everyone else was eager to return to their own base and report back, as that mission would earn them a few steamed buns. For those of them heading to Xiaohe Base, their remaining hard buns were running low. He sighed. They would probably have to go hungry for 2 days on the round trip. But it wasn't a big deal. You get used to being hungry. Unaware of Zhang Tai's thoughts, Zhou Min finished his head count, had everyone return the tents to the officials, and then they set off. Xiaohe Base's vehicle was in the lead, with the other cars following behind. More than 1,000 people were packed into the truck beds, but they didn't feel cold. They had already sewn their clothes with the greatest possible speed. This clothing was amazing. It generated its own heat. Sitting in the truck bed, they weren't cold at all. Even if some were poor at sewing and their clothes came out crooked, all that mattered was that they were warm. These people had all been selected for their good character. There were no truly bad apples among them. They all chatted while squeezed together in the vehicle. We're getting more and more remote. You didn't know. Xiaohe Base was originally a village. Of course it wouldn't be in a city. Who cares if it's a village? What other base would give us such good fabric and cotton? I think Xiaohe Base is great. Isn't that the truth? The base I was at before wouldn't even think of giving us cotton. Anything good went straight to the higher-ups. They didn't care if we froze or starved to death. Aren't all bases like that? A few deaths are no big deal to them. As they talked, they felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation for the Xiaohe Base they were heading to. Meanwhile, back at Xiaohe Base, Cheng Zhiyu signed a document and calculated the time. Zhou Min and the others should be back soon, right? Around now, Cheng Mo replied. He took out the honey peach jam he had made earlier and mixed it with water for Cheng Zhiyu, placing the cup in front of him. Cheng Zhiyu reflexively said, "I am not thirsty." Cheng Mo made a cup for himself as well. It was sweet and fragrant with the scent of peaches. "Just try it." Cheng Zhiyu took a sip out of habit, then paused. Without realizing it, he drank the entire cup dry. It wasn't that he wasn't thirsty. He just didn't like the taste of plain water. Cheng Zhiyu had been in a good mood lately. He had originally worried that the soybeans and rice planted in such cold weather would freeze to death, but it turned out that the mutated plants had tenacious vitality. They could adapt to high temperatures and withstand such lows. Neither the soybeans nor the rice had frozen. In fact, they were growing quite well. Cheng Zhiyu had also sprouted peach and cherry pits in the system space. Once the saplings grew, he had people transplant them outside. There were 20 of each kind. In a few years, everyone should be able to enjoy fresh fruit. There were also the durian saplings he had cultivated earlier, which were already a meter tall. Because they grew faster in the system space, Cheng Zhiyu figured they might be able to eat durian in just 2 or 3 years. Early the next morning, Cheng Zhiyu received a notification that Zhou Min and his group had returned. Upon hearing the news, he immediately went to welcome them. Cheng Mo, finding the road cold and slippery, transformed into his beast form and carried him to the gate. At first, everyone had been quite frightened by such a massive dog. It was taller than a person. But after discovering it was Cheng Zhiyu and that it didn't attack people, everyone gradually grew accustomed to it. As for how Dahai had appeared out of nowhere when they'd never seen him before, people were curious, but it was Leader Cheng's business, and none of them would pry. Still, seeing Leader Cheng ride Dahai to work every day, zipping past in a flash, made everyone quite envious. They had heard an ability user in the base was raising a tiger, which had been shocking at the time. But now, after seeing Dahai, the tiger seemed like no big deal. After all, none of them had ever seen such a large dog. Just then, Cheng Zhiyu was riding Dahai over. He had estimated Zhou Min's return time, so he had already arranged for people to be ready. Once they received the notice, they quickly came over to make arrangements. Thanks to the development of a zombie virus detection technology, people no longer needed to be quarantined outside. They just had to line up for a blood test. Those who passed the test entered the base and couldn't help but look around at what would be their future home. To be honest, the construction of Xiaohe Base wasn't as impressive as that of other bases. It looked exactly like a village. Cheng Zhiyu actually had plans to build apartment buildings, but since there was enough housing for now, it wasn't necessary. He was planning to start construction on the periphery next year when the weather warmed up. But that would likely require hiring more people. The current residents of Xiaohe Base wouldn't be enough. Of course, these were all future plans. As some newcomers muttered among themselves, someone next to them retorted, "What do you know? I think living in an apartment building is terrible, like being stuck in a birdcage all day. That's how I used to live. I never dared to leave my room except to work, afraid it'd accidentally offend someone. But the houses in Xiaohe Base all have yards. You can see right away it won't be stifling. Isn't that great?" "That's true. I just wonder if it's as good as they advertised." They had all heard that in Xiaohe Base, even ordinary people could eat their fill. They thought it was a bit of an exaggeration, figuring that if they could eat until they were half full and not starve, that would be good enough. However, they soon discovered that Xiaohe Base was truly different. The mental state of the people inside was completely different. Everyone was wearing clothes made of mutated cotton, looking clean and with smiles on their faces. They walked together in groups to go to work. When they saw the newcomers, they would offer a friendly smile before moving on. They were neither overly curious nor particularly worried. In the other bases they had been to, the residents would scowl the moment they saw newcomers, feeling that their arrival meant there would be even less food for themselves. They saw all new arrivals as hidden competitors. This was why most bases had cliques, and newcomers, being ostracized, were forced to form their own groups to survive. But the people of Xiaohe Base were different. Someone boldly went up to ask, and the person they asked just smiled. What's the big deal? It's not like the base is short on food. It's good that you're here. Leader Cheng said the base needs more people for its development. The person who asked the question was stunned. What base these days would dare to claim they weren't short on food? They exchanged glances, feeling like they had come to the right place. Over here, Cheng Zhiyu, as the base leader and the one handling the supply exchange, came to receive the people from the other bases. Zhang Tai and his group represented Xiaohe Base, and the other bases implicitly looked to them for leadership. At the head of the group, they looked at the base, which appeared to be nothing more than a village, and couldn't help but purse their lips in disdain. Just then, a handsome man in his 20s approached, riding a massive dog. When he saw them, he smiled. Thank you for your hard work, and welcome to Xiaohe Base. I am the base's administrator, Cheng Zhiyu. Zhang Tai and his men instantly straightened up, their expressions shifting as they smiled and insisted it was no trouble. You've been traveling all night, so you must be exhausted, Cheng Zhiyu said. Why don't you rest first? Our base has prepared a simple meal. We can discuss other matters after you've eaten. The men, who had been starving for a day, quickly agreed. There weren't many bases left that were willing to host people from other bases for a meal. After all, every mouthful of grain was precious. They were discerning enough to know that they couldn't have brought it up themselves if Cheng Zhiyu hadn't offered. Of course, since he had made the offer, they would naturally accept. Over the entire day, they had only managed to gnaw on half a hard steamed bun. They couldn't help it. Their base had given them meager supplies for this trip. If they didn't ration carefully, they'd go hungry on the way back. Now, things were looking up. Xiaohe Base was willing to feed them, which meant they could save a little more. Besides, hadn't Xiaohe Base boasted that they had an unlimited supply of white flour buns? This meal would surely include them, right? The men glanced at each other, unconsciously swallowing hard. White flour steamed buns. How long had it been since they'd last eaten them? Watching the people of Xiaohe Base eat them over the past 2 days had been pure torture. Unaware of their thoughts, Cheng Zhiyu politely averted his gaze from their countless layers of clothing and their tattered, peeling shoes. He had someone lead them away to rest and freshen up. Zhang Tai and the others nodded, taking the opportunity to send a message to their superiors, informing them they had arrived at Xiaohe Base. As they followed the guide to their temporary quarters, they observed their surroundings and were astonished to find that the people here seemed to be in genuinely good spirits. Their cheeks might not have been rosy, but they looked energetic and certainly not like they were starving. What was more, this was true for every single person they passed on the road. This realization shocked Zhang Tai and his men. They even began to wonder if Zhou Min hadn't been exaggerating after all. Could everything he said have been true? It couldn't be, could it? While they were observing the people of Xiaohe Base, the residents were sneakily observing them in return. Someone muttered in a low voice, "Are these more refugees from the outside? They really do look like they're having a rough time." Yeah, thank goodness our Captain Cheng is so wise. They kept their voices hushed, but as ability users, Zhang Tai's group had excellent hearing and caught every word. Zhang Tai and the others, who had just been labeled refugees. They weren't that miserable, were they? They looked down at their own peeling shoes, the soles glued back on, then at their bulky yet non-insulating layers of clothing. They compared themselves to the residents of Xiaohe Base, who were in infinitely better spirits. The feeling was bitter. They really did look like refugees. What made them feel even worse was when they passed a 7- or 8-year-old child holding a steamed bun. The bun was fluffy and white, and though they didn't know the filling, the aroma wafted over, smelling delicious. Zhang Tai and his men couldn't help but stare, swallowing their saliva frantically. How could this child dare to eat like this out in the open? Wasn't he afraid of being robbed? The child seemed to sense their gazes. He slowed his eating and looked up at them. Seeing their wolf-like eyes, he shrank back in fear. Zhang Tai rubbed his nose in embarrassment and shot a glare at the others. What are you staring at a kid for? You planning to snatch his food? Hey, we didn't mean anything by it. We're just hungry. Don't blame me. Look at your own eyes, you're even scarier. As the men bickered, the child watched them, swallowed, and hesitantly offered his bun. Do you want to eat? Zhang Tai and his men fell silent. Can't you get enough to eat? You poor things, the child said, having already forgotten the days when he himself had gone hungry. The group. Please stop talking, they thought. If you make us cry, we'll die of embarrassment. The staff member leading them noticed they hadn't kept up and walked back to check, only to witness this scene. The corner of his mouth twitched. Zhang Tai quickly defended himself. We weren't trying to take the kids' food. I know, the staff member said. But don't worry, they're already preparing your meal. You'll be able to eat soon. Zhang Tai's group. You say you know, but you clearly don't. In the end, no one had the nerve to take the child's bun. If it had been an adult, maybe, but a child. If they made him cry, the story of them robbing a child of his food would spread, and they couldn't imagine the humiliation. They arrived at their temporary lodging, and not long after they had settled in, the staff member returned to call them for their meal. Xiaohe Base had set up a dedicated reception area for guests. As the base developed, cooperation with the outside world was inevitable, and the number of visitors was bound to increase. As Zhang Tai and his men were led over, they caught the scent of food from a distance, and each of them began swallowing desperately. They had a feeling this was going to be a grand meal. The aroma certainly suggested as much. Cheng Zhiyu arrived with some of his own people and said apologetically, "Conditions are a bit rough, so please just have a simple meal." Zhang Tai, drawn by the fragrance, eagerly looked at the table and saw no fewer than 6 different dishes. Cheng Zhiyu genuinely felt the variety was lacking, so he had made sure each portion was generous. Beside him, one of the men exclaimed with unbridled excitement, "What do you mean simple? This is a feast. An absolute feast." Cheng Zhiyu paused. Maybe you should wipe the drool from your mouth." Seeing their state, he tactfully refrained from saying more and gestured for them to be seated. He had eaten breakfast and wasn't very hungry, so he just picked up his chopsticks to make a show of it. At first, the men tried to maintain some composure, but then someone let out an exceptionally loud gulp, and the pretense shattered. With a large steamed bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other, they began shoveling food into their mouths with wild abandon. Cheng Zhiyu was speechless. "You're representatives of major bases. Could you please maintain a shred of dignity?" He looked down, struggling to keep a straight face. Zhang Tai and his men ate as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated, not even bothering to lift their heads. Oh, this is pure bliss. They thought. How long has it been since we've eaten so well? The last time was before the apocalypse. It felt like a lifetime ago. The vegetables were so fresh. They couldn't get their hands on vegetables this fresh. They couldn't even get wilted or rotten ones. They were all acutely aware of how lucky they were not to have chosen to return to their own bases. Otherwise, would they be eating this well right now? Cheng Zhiyu saw they were completely lost in their meal and realized his original plan to discuss business over dinner was impossible. He would have to wait. The 6 platters were wiped clean, with some men even using their buns to mop up the last drops of sauce from the plates. "If you're still not full, we can bring more," Cheng Zhiyu offered. At this point, what was a little lost face? "Thank you. We're actually not full yet," one of them said immediately. Cheng Zhiyu rubbed his temples and had someone bring more dishes. After a second round of food, they finally declared themselves full. Cheng Zhiyu suspected they probably weren't, but were just too embarrassed to eat anymore. He even saw a few of them surreptitiously stuffing steamed buns into their clothes, hoping to sneak them away. Cheng Zhiyu just stared. Well, I should give them some face. I'll just pretend I didn't see that. After the meal, a staff member brought water, and it was finally time to talk business. Zhang Tai and the others had also received the list of supplies from their superiors via their communicators. "Superior, Forget about face. The quantities have been counted. Don't be short a single item. Them. Right. We don't have any face left anyway. Still, the list shocked them. The items they were here to trade for had been kept confidential, so they'd had no news. They only knew they were exchanging something with Xiaohe Base. Now seeing the contents, their fingers trembled. It was mutated seeds. In the apocalypse, whether you were an ordinary person or an ability user, no one was ignorant of how important mutated seeds were. Having them meant they could grow their own food, and food was what they lacked most. Zhang Tai's fingers trembled. When their superiors had assigned them to this exchange, they had thought, Xiao village is just a tiny base. What important supplies could they possibly have to trade? Now they knew they were wrong. Horribly, terribly wrong. Watching the group suddenly get so excited they looked like they were about to pounce on him, Cheng Zhiyu cleared his throat, took a sip of water, and subtly shifted back a little. Mr. Cheng, Zhang Tai stammered, are we really trading for mutated seeds? Cheng Zhiyu smiled. Of course. We've already prepared the seeds. You can rest for a while, and once you're recovered, we can, one of the men next to him, his face flushed with excitement, cut in, no need to rest. That's right, we don't need to rest. Haha, when we're on missions, going several days without sleep is normal. Exactly, we're not tired at all. Mr. Cheng, do you think we could go get our supplies now? The man asked, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Since they didn't want to rest, Cheng Zhiyu didn't insist. Of course. Let's go. We'll pass by our bases fields on the way, so you can take a look. The group followed behind Cheng Zhiyu. Because he was accompanying the guests, Cheng Mo didn't transform into his beast form, and they all walked at a leisurely pace. Although Xiaohe Base had once been a village, the national infrastructure projects before the apocalypse had been thorough. Even the roads between villages were paved with concrete. After the snow, dedicated personnel were responsible for clearing it away. The ground was just a little damp, but very clean. The representatives from the major bases walked along the flat road. One of them asked curiously, Mr. Cheng, can the mutated seeds still grow in such cold weather? In fact, the adaptability of these mutated seeds has shocked me, Cheng Zhiyu said with a smile. After the sudden drop in temperature, I was also worried they might freeze, but unexpectedly, they're growing very well. The bases crops are just around the corner. Would you all like to take a look? Cheng Zhiyu asked. Technically, for visitors of Zhang Tai's rank, it was unnecessary for Cheng Zhiyu to personally escort them. However, this was Xiaohe Base's first major deal, so Cheng Zhiyu decided to handle it himself. For future transactions, he would likely send someone else. Zhang Tai and his group were truly eager to see the mutated seeds, feeling as though they carried the hopes of their own base on their shoulders. Nothing could distract them, except perhaps the crops. They were quite interested in seeing those. So they nodded in agreement. If the mutated seeds were as resilient as Cheng Zhiyu claimed, it meant that as long as they were planted and tended to properly, they wouldn't have to fear most natural disasters. This thought put their minds at ease. Soon, the group arrived at the farming department. Fang Yue came over and asked if anything was needed. Cheng Zhiyu replied, you go on with your work. I am just showing some people from the other bases around. Fang Yue nodded. He was indeed busy. Before the snow, they had conducted a large-scale harvest, leaving more than half of the fields empty. Although they had planted rice and soybeans afterward, the arable land wasn't fully utilized. Everyone felt it was a waste and wanted to plant more. The previous snowfall had made planting impossible. But with nothing else to do for the past 2 days, he had assigned people to clear the snow from the fields. With only a thin layer left, the ground was no longer muddy, so they got busy with planting. The weather was freezing, and the ground was frozen solid, making planting difficult. But everyone's spirits were high. It was tiring, but they could work slowly. It was better than sitting idle. Besides, because of the cold, they received a low-temperature subsidy, allowing them to earn even more than before. In fact, the current weather was more comfortable than the extreme heat from before. They had clothes made from mutated cotton, which kept them from feeling cold at all. It was actually quite pleasant. As Cheng Zhiyu led the visitors through, people greeted them with smiles along the way. They knew people from other bases were visiting. Their superiors had instructed them to present their best appearance. The thought of people from major bases coming had made them feel a bit insecure. They assumed people from large bases must eat and dress better than them, right? But when they snuck a look, they were instantly disappointed. These people were dressed so poorly. Their clothes were lopsided and bulging in strange places. One person's shoe sole looked like it was split in two. A closer look revealed it had probably been glued together several times and had broken again. And another one. A farmer nudged his companion and whispered, "Look, doesn't that guy have a big hole in the seat of his pants? Whoa, you're right. In this cold, his butt must be freezing. Aren't they supposed to be ability users from the major bases? Why do they all look like refugees?" He didn't dare say the last part out loud. Their team leader walked over with a stern expression. "What are you laughing at? Get back to work." The team leader was very friendly with them in private, but when it came to work, there was no room for messing around. Everyone quickly stifled their laughter and went back to their strenuous labor. It was so cold that the machinery had stopped working, so they had to till the land by hand. However, since the apocalypse began, ordinary people had grown stronger. Plus, ability users had already done a rough pass on the fields, so the work wasn't that exhausting. They were actually quite happy working. Though it was cold, sitting at home doing nothing and earning no contribution points would have made them feel worse. This was much better. The cafeteria provided 2 meals, they earned contribution points, and they didn't have to worry about a thing, not even whether their kids would have enough to eat. Their kids had all gotten much chubbier recently. The farmers didn't say anything more, but seeing the state of the people from the major bases, they all felt grateful. Thank goodness they were at Xiaohe Base. Look, if even ability users from big bases were in such a miserable state, how could ordinary people like them ever hope to live such good lives there? With these thoughts, each one of them worked with even more vigor. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai and his companions had complicated feelings. Although they had gained some understanding of the resident situation on their way here, the realization that any random person they saw was better dressed than them left a bitter taste in their mouths. If they weren't representatives of their respective bases, they would have wanted to join Xiaohe Base right then and there. Sigh. They had been so arrogant before coming. Now that they were here, they realized how ridiculous they had been. Staring at the soybeans and rice, completely unaffected by the low temperatures, their hearts pounded in their chests. How long had it been? How long since they had seen so many crops? This was all food. How could they not be excited? "Mr. Cheng, I was just wondering. I noticed that soybeans and rice aren't on our trade list." One of the men asked, rubbing his hands together sheepishly. Cheng Zhiyu explained with a smile, "That's because this is our first time planting soybeans and rice, so we don't have any surplus seeds." The man was a little disappointed to hear that. One was rice, and the other could be used for oil, tofu, and other soy products. Both were vital crops. What a pity. I'll have to report back to my superiors that Xiaohe Base has these two as well, he thought. When they're close to maturing, we can try to make a deal first. Maybe we can get a larger share. With that thought, he said nothing more. Little did he know, everyone who had come along was thinking the exact same thing. No one was a fool. After leaving the farmland, the group reluctantly moved on to the supply checkpoint. Cheng Zhiyu had already had someone inspect the supplies they brought. There were no issues. Now, Cheng Zhiyu had a scale brought out and began weighing the seeds in front of them. Xiaohe Base's cotton seeds amounted to 2,000 gen. After the weighing, a representative from another base spoke up. "Why do they get 2,000 gen while we only get a few hundred? That's a huge difference. Our base isn't small." That's right, my base only got a few hundred jin too. Mr. Cheng, our base is quite large as well, you see. Cheng Zhiyu said, oh that. When I first proposed trading the seeds for supplies, the leader of Xiaohe Base immediately agreed to my price. The others agreed later. Unfortunately, Xiaohe Base has a limited yield, and we only have so many seeds in total. By the time they were divided among the remaining bases, there were only a few hundred jin left for each. The representatives from the other bases were speechless. Good grief! It was obvious what had happened. Their own leaders had tried to be clever and haggle over the price. Didn't they realize these were mutated seeds? Even if their bases had refused, Xiaohe Base would have bought up the entire stock. They probably had to thank the others for their foolishness. They couldn't help but curse their leaders in their hearts. Idiots, all of them. Next came the weighing of the wheat and other seeds. Unsurprisingly, Xiaohe Base received more of every type of seed. The people from Xiaohe were grinning from ear to ear. Although they had initially felt the amount they were getting was small, comparison changed everything. Their base had received the most. Their leader was truly wise. If there are no problems, we'll move on to the next base's seeds, said the person in charge of weighing. Zhang Tai quickly pointed to the scales display. Wait, that's not right. It's short by 0.1. The weigher was speechless. He picked up a single seed and tossed it onto the scale. The reading instantly jumped up by 0.2. Is that better? The weigher asked. Zhang Tai grinned from ear to ear. Perfect, perfect. A single seed was precious, too. After collecting their seeds, Zhang Tai and his group didn't leave right away. They stood to the side, watching the other bases receive theirs. It didn't take a close look to see that the others were getting significantly less than them. A man from another base said angrily, "You've got yours, can't you move along?" Zhang Tai's group retorted, "The way you say that, you'd think this was your territory." The man from the other base was left speechless. What could they say? If they kept arguing, it would be like slapping the people of Xiaohe Base in the face. Hadn't their leader already offended them? Why else would they have gotten so much less? They didn't dare offend Xiaohe Base now. Even after planting these seeds, they would probably have to save the harvest for more seeds. With so many people in their base, they had no choice. They would definitely need to trade with Xiaohe Base again in the future. Zhang Tai's feelings about Xiaohe Base had completely changed. No wonder its residents could casually eat white flour buns. They could grow the wheat themselves. The fact that they were trading seeds for resources meant they already had more than enough to eat. Of course, this was also because Xiaohe Base had fewer people and didn't require as much food. But to be able to feed and clothe so many people in the apocalypse was already astonishing. Zhang Tai found Zhou Min, his previous arrogance completely gone. His face was now wreathed in a fawning smile. Zhou Min instinctively took a step back. What do you want? Zhang Tai chuckled. You said before that people in Xiaohe Base eat really well. I didn't believe you. I was wrong. Zhou Min said. What is it you really want? This was creepy. Do you really eat that well? Zhang Tai asked in a hushed voice. Do you get to eat at least one vegetable dish a day? Zhou Min scoffed. Is that the extent of your ambition? I have meat and vegetables every day, and I even get to eat fruit sometimes. Fruit? Zhang Tai's eyes went wide. He hadn't just not eaten fruit. He hadn't even seen any in who knows how long. The last time he ate fruit was when he completed an extremely difficult mission and was rewarded with a single apple. He heard it was grown in a greenhouse by a plantability user. The apple was only the size of his palm, shriveled as if it hadn't gotten enough water, and its seeds were enormous. The mutation direction of mutated seeds was uncontrollable, and this apple had clearly mutated for the worse. But despite its many flaws, it was still precious. When Zhang Tai received the apple, he carefully took a tiny bite with his teeth. It was incredibly sour. Before the apocalypse, you couldn't even give away an apple like this for free. Now, however, that sourness captivated him. After days of eating nothing but tasteless, hard black buns, the sudden burst of acidity was an extraordinary pleasure. If the apple hadn't been perishable, he could have made it last for ages. In the end, he spent an entire day eating it, bit by tiny bit. The seeds had to be turned in. Since they were mutated seeds, they had to be collected, even if the mutation wasn't good. At least they could be planted. Mutated seeds were too valuable for him to keep for himself. And now he was hearing Zhou Min say they could eat fruit occasionally. "I don't believe you," Zhang Tai said. "Unless you show me some." Zhou Min wasn't falling for that. "Oh. Believe it or not, why should I have to prove it to you?" Zhang Tai was speechless. "We've already started planting fruit trees," Zhou Min added, really rubbing it in. "Wait a few years, and maybe we'll be able to sell the seeds to you." Zhang Tai looked like he was about to cry. "So, does that mean I can't join your base?" "You're a part of Xiaohe Base." Zhou Min's situation was different from Zhang Tai's. Although he had been at Xiaohe Base before, he was only a resident, with a high degree of freedom to leave whenever he wanted. Zhang Tai was a different case. He was now an official member of his base's administration. "Thank goodness I never joined the administration back then," Zhou Min thought. He patted Zhang Tai's shoulder sympathetically. "It's all right. Our base sold you seeds, didn't we? I reckon in 2 or 3 years, you'll be able to achieve food independence, too." Zhang Tai's heart ached. 2 or 3 years is optimistic. "I just hope that day comes soon." After seeing off the representatives from the various bases, Cheng Zhiyu had his people inventory the supplies, file the records, and then move everything into storage. "Take the daily necessities to the small shop," Cheng Zhiyu instructed. Xiaohe Base now had its own small base-run shop. However, the shop currently only offered grain and a small selection of other items, all of which had been scavenged from the outside by ability users. The shop's primary function was actually to collect things. People would pick up materials from there, take them home to process or assemble, and then return the finished products to the shop in exchange for contribution points. Of course, these finished goods were also put on display in the shop for others to exchange for. Now that they had daily necessities, they could be sent to the small shop for everyone to acquire. Once the new items were stocked, a sign was placed outside the shop listing everything currently available for exchange. As for the medical resources, they were sent to the base hospital. The hospital was now under Zhou Min's management. In a stroke of luck, they had even managed to recruit a healing ability user during the recent drive. Healing ability users were so sought after that the major bases practically fought over them, snatching them up the moment they appeared. Zhou Min himself had been able to leave Xiaohe Base so easily only because he had hidden his healing ability. If his power had been exposed, getting away would not have been so simple. He had also caught a lucky break with the timing. Back then, detecting abilities was still a difficult problem. Now, the bases had developed methods for it. They could tell you what your ability was right away, making it impossible to hide. The chances of stumbling upon a hidden gem like before were much lower. So, they never expected to be so fortunate as to find one. The new recruit had originally belonged to a small base whose leader had been killed by zombies. Since the leader had managed nearly everything himself, his death threw the base into chaos. This tiny base fractured into several factions, all vying for control. While they were busy fighting, they realized the base had already descended into anarchy, and they were forced to disband. It was during this turmoil that the healing ability user, a woman named Chen Huan, managed to escape. When Chen Huan first discovered her healing ability, she had no idea of its value and was quickly recruited by that small base. After that, her freedom vanished. As the only healer, she was worked like a beast of burden, exhausted to the point of collapse every day. Her ability was drained completely, leaving her with a splitting headache that tormented her constantly. But the leaders knew this was a normal side effect of ability exhaustion. She wouldn't die from it. A night's rest was all she needed. Chen Huan was a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. She saw that the base didn't see her as a person, but as a tool to be used. Unfortunately, she was kept under such tight watch that escape was impossible. Luckily, when the base fell into chaos, the different factions tried to claim her. She finally found an opportunity to slip away while they were distracted. After that, she disguised herself as a refugee and never dared use her healing ability again. She let sores fester on her hands and feet, making her look no different from any other refugee, so her identity remained hidden. Later, when the major bases began recruiting, Chen Huan knew she had to join one. Having learned a hard lesson at the small base, she was determined to find a large one this time. That was when she saw Xiaohe Base. Xiaohe Base treated skilled ordinary people with a thirst for talent. More importantly, they offered real rewards, not just empty promises. Chen Huan was incredibly conflicted, terrified of falling into another trap. She hid in a corner, secretly observing them. She discovered that this base was completely different from her previous one and from all the others. Other bases prioritized powerful ability users. They valued strength above all else, which was normal in the apocalypse. But Xiaohe Base seemed to operate on a different principle entirely. They had rejected several powerful ability users who had poor character. This reminded Chen Huan of her former base, where the leader would promise anything to win over strong ability users, even finding them pretty girls. The memory made her sick. That was why her previous base had collapsed so easily. The leader's death was merely the trigger. The undercurrents had been swirling for a long time. In fact, his death might not have been a coincidence at all. Finally, when Xiaohe Base only had a few recruitment spots left, Chen Huan joined. Truthfully, she was still uneasy, afraid she had leaped from one fire pit into another. But once she arrived at Xiaohe Base, she was stunned by the excellent mental state of the ordinary residents. And because she herself was in poor physical condition, the management told her to rest well and didn't immediately assign her any work. At her old base, she would have been forced to work as long as she could still draw a breath. After resting for half a day, Chen Huan went to the Xiaohe Base Medical Clinic. Most of the staff here were ordinary doctors. If someone had a cold or a fever, they wouldn't call on an ability user. They would treat it with conventional medicine. Someone saw her arrive and said in surprise, "Director Zhou said you could rest for a week. Why are you here now?" Chen Huan blinked. "I just came to have a look." She asked, "Where is Director Zhou?" The person replied, "Oh, Director Zhou isn't here. We rarely have emergencies at our base. Most cases are minor ailments, so having the other healing ability user on duty is enough. Once you start working, the two of you can take shifts." Shift. The concept was a revelation. In the past, she couldn't even think about resting unless her ability was completely depleted. Chen Huan's heart instantly settled. Before, she had never seen ordinary people. The only ones she was allowed to heal were powerful ability users. Those with weaker abilities weren't even allocated a healing quota by the base. But here, there were both ordinary people and ability users. An old man came over, complaining that his eyes hurt. After asking about his condition, a doctor gave him some eye drops. This batch of eye drops just arrived at the base. Perfect timing. The old man nodded with a cheerful smile, thanked the doctor, and turned to leave. Chen Huan asked, "Sir, is the treatment here expensive?" "It's all right," the old man said. "My wife and I both have jobs, and it's not like we get sick every day. A visit doesn't cost too many contribution points." Chen Huan's good impression of Xiaohe Base became even clearer. This elder was obviously an ordinary person, and an old one at that. At her former base, he would have been lucky to even be alive, let alone receive medical treatment. Watching the old man leave, Chen Huan's eyes began to shine. This was the kind of base she had been looking for. As a healing ability user, she was willing to contribute to humanity, but not if it meant being exploited like a tool. She didn't want to lose her freedom and be watched day and night, as if she were in prison. This place perfectly met all her requirements. Chen Huan broke into a smile. I feel much better now. I'll wait for Director Zhou and let him know I can start work the day after tomorrow. Hey, what's the rush? The doctor said. Don't worry, the base will provide for your daily needs until you've fully recovered. Your contribution points will be on credit for now, but Yao'll surely be able to pay them back quickly. In truth, it wasn't that Xiaohe Base couldn't afford to support new residents like Chen Huan for a few days. But as the saying goes, a little help goes a long way, while too much can breed resentment. Simply giving them supplies for free wasn't always the best way to help. Chen Huan smiled. It's not because of that. I want to start working, and I really am recovering quickly. She was a healing ability user, after all. What were a few minor injuries to her? The only reason she hadn't healed herself was because of the psychological trauma from her previous base. Even when she was injured, she hadn't dared to use her ability.